Good morning, everybody. Good morning. We are going to begin. It's lovely to see everybody. Many wonderful friends and many new faces. Thank you all for joining us. My name is Rebecca Winthrop. I am the director of the Center for Universal Education here at Brookings. It's a real thrill to have all of you join us today, and a huge welcome to the hundreds of folks joining us online from around the world. June 1st was United Nations Day celebrating parents. I think it's very fitting that we are here putting families and caregivers at the center of the conversation around education and our children, where they should belong, but it's done too few times. And this is something that we at the Center for Universal Education have been working on for the last 6 years with some amount of focus and diligence and urgency. We have, in case those of you who are new to us don't know, we have work across a wide spectrum of portfolios across 40 countries. We do quite a bit of work bridging research to practice. We do quite a bit of work around networks and communities of practice and fostering peer learning. And we also do things like this, which for me falls in the category of showcasing and spotlighting really important issues that need more attention. For us, we do all of that work towards a goal of making education systems more equitable and more relevant. And those are two really hard problems. They're hard problems in virtually every country in the world. We are very focused on trying to advance the UN Sustainable Development Goal 4, which all countries have signed up to, and focuses on creating lifelong learning opportunities for young people. And for us, in 2021, we published a playbook on family school community engagement, which really brought together research showcasing that we cannot do this deep work of transforming systems to be more equitable and more relevant unless we take a whole society approach. Families, communities are absolutely essential. There's lots of good evidence to say that if we do not even have, at the very onset, a shared vision of what makes for a quality education, we're not going to get there, and the innovations we take on are not going to sustain. And the deep partnership between families and community members and educators and school leaders are essential to really make the type of progress we need. So all of you are doing work in this space. You are on the front lines. We are incredibly grateful to all of you. We are especially grateful to our Family Engagement and Education Network partners, who in a moment, I'm going to make a few of you stand up. Be prepared. Because our FEEN network are our co-collaborators, our co-researchers, our co-investigators, our co-thinkers. This is very much a joint effort. And we are gathering here today to share research. You will hear in a moment the latest findings from the last 3 years of research, from new reports we are launching and new tools. But we're also very much here to share and learn. We have several future directions we are thinking about at the Center for Universal Education. One is thinking about piloting on its own a relational trust scale that's part of our conversation starter tools that we're looking for partners to pilot with us. Another, and we've heard from our Family Engagement and Education Network, is to really hone in on the theme of student well-being around family community school engagement. A third, which we're already undertaking, but would love to talk with folks if they're interested, is really focusing on what parents and families and caregivers can do to support learning at home, translating evidence around how families can support student engagement and motivation, and a wide range of other practices. So for that's why we're all here. And for us to get going, I want to just give you a little snapshot of the day. Everyone online, please feel free to keep your questions coming. We will be taking them throughout the day in our live stream sessions this morning and in the afternoon. The hashtag is #FamilySchoolPartners. We will be taking a coffee break after the live stream ends this morning, and anyone who's confused in the virtual audience, seek out people with pink name tags. Those are Brookings staff. They can help you on your way. We'll have a coffee break, then we'll go straight to interactive workshops, then lunch, and then we'll be back here in this room at 1:30, again live streaming for the second half of the day. I want to thank a huge shout out to our team. Especially Emily Morris, who is my partner in crime. She's the scholar here at Brookings who's is leading a lot of the research that you're going to be hearing about today. Huge thanks to the rest of the Brookings team: Sophie Partington, Richa Hoysla, Natasha Luther, Max Lieblich, and I also think we may, although I haven't laid eyes on her, I have a former team member, Akila Allen, who is in the room too. And is she there? There she is, Akila, who also played an important role in all of this. And I also want to give a huge thanks to all the partners who've traveled far and wide. Big shout out to government representatives who are incredibly busy and have made the time. We have representatives from the government of Tanzania, representatives from the government of Sierra Leone, representatives from national and state governments in the U.S. And I also want a huge shout out to our partners. We have wonderful partners here who we work deeply with, from NAFSCI, from the Johns Hopkins University, from the National PTA, from Parents as Allies. But I especially want to, and here's the part of standing up, all those people don't have to stand up, you got off the hook. The next group I want to call up, please do stand up after I finish calling everybody out, because this is the group of Family Engagement and Education Network members who were our co-researchers for the research you're about to see. All of them piloted the conversation starter tools. We really did this together. So I'm going to read them out. This was across 16 different teams around the world. So thank you, Aga Khan Foundation from Kenya and Uganda. Thank you, Australia School Plus from Australia. Thank you, Community Schools Learning Exchange from California. Thank you, Education and Cultural Society. Yes, I agree. Everyone stand up. Yeah, Bangladesh Education and Cultural Society. Thank you, Educate from Sierra Leone. Thank you, Leadership for Equity from India. Thank you, Malele Zanzibar Foundation from Tanzania. Thank you, Parents International from Hungary, Kazakhstan, and the Netherlands. Thank you, Red Papas from Colombia. Thank you, Voces de Educao from Brazil. Thank you, Kidsburg from Pennsylvania. Thank all of you guys. So this is definitely a shared day. So thank you. So in a minute, you're going to hear what we found from all this collective research around the world. Emily Morris, our scholar here at Brookings, will come up and co-present with Laura Nora from the Instituto Salto in Brazil, who we're doing this work with jointly. But to kick us off, I am very, very pleased to welcome to the stage Sheetal Shah, who's the Senior Advisor and Director of Strategic Partnerships at the Office of the Secretary at the U.S. Department of Education. Sheetal has had a long career advocating for equity in education, for social justice, and particularly for community schools and the role of families and communities. And I've had the pleasure of working with her in the past on that topic. And we're really interested to hear your perspectives on this topic. Thank you, Sheetal.
Good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. So thank you, Dr. Winthrop, for inviting the department to be a part of this, what I want to say is important, but it's always been an important conversation. But so thank you to Dr. Winthrop and for everyone who's made time from across the 16 countries to join us this morning. It's really exciting to see so many people gathered virtually and in person to discuss family engagement. And before I begin, I kind of wanted to share with you where I began and got my education policy chops when I was in the Peace Corps in Honduras many, many years ago, working on youth development and community building. I had the opportunity to learn many lessons, fresh out of college, very rose-colored glasses, and one of the most important lessons I learned was that if I wanted to get support for any suggestions or recommendations I was putting on the table, I really needed to ensure that it had been shared with families before, had gained the insight and experience that they offered before moving forward. Then I knew I would have buy-in, and not more importantly than buy-in, but ownership and a willingness to work with me and to develop the work over many years. And I knew it was something that would stick, right? We don't want sort of a flash in the pan, but we wanted work that would be there for years to come because parents and families and the young people in the community had a voice, and not just a voice, but decision-making power. And as you may also know, so now I'm at the Department of Education, as Rebecca mentioned. Less than a year into his position, Secretary Cardona launched the Raise the Bar, Lead the World agenda. This agenda focuses on 6 key priorities: academic acceleration, mental health and well-being, addressing the teacher shortages and issue of lack of diversity in the profession, a well-rounded education, multilingualism, and career pathways for all. Core to these priorities is family engagement, along with intentional collaborations with family and communities in supporting the whole child. Family engagement is core to our whole child efforts, which include, as Rebecca mentioned, community schools, but also promise neighborhoods, where the school is the hub of the community and connecting different federal, local, and state agencies and organizations. As we in this room already know, whole child strategies was and is one of the most comprehensive ways to address the impacts that the pandemic had on schools and students, as well as for reimagining public schools to better serve all students through high-quality out-of-school time, mentoring, addressing mental health and wellness, as well as providing opportunities and pathways, whether it's higher education or a career path. By integrating families into each of these above priorities, the department is aiming to make sure that families aren't sidelined, but rather at the table and a part of the school district level efforts. While the pandemic has impacted all communities and students and continues to do so, it has had a more devastating impact on those furthest from opportunity, including communities of color, English language learners, communities experiencing economic hardship, homeless and foster youth, students with disabilities, and I can go on and on. But we also know that supporting students and families was just as important and urgent before the pandemic, and it continues to be so. The pandemic only opened eyes for those who weren't seeing this before. All of us in this room were working on this. We know that these strategies, community schools, promise neighborhoods, are not a silver bullet or a short-term solution to our country's broken systems, especially, as I said, for those who are most vulnerable. But they are fundamental to changing the ways in which we interact, collaborate, and support thriving students, families, and communities. We must continue with an eye towards the long game, creating more equitable systems and structures with access and opportunity for all. And critical to ensuring that this happens in a way that is impactful and transformative is making sure, again, that we're working with families to rebuild. It is critical that our schools be prepared to support our students and families through any and all situations. But as you know, schools cannot do this alone, and we must have our families alongside nonprofits, public agencies, trusted community leaders, private sector, and even philanthropy at the table. The research of the science of learning and development shows us that students achieve better outcomes when they have strong relationships with caring adults and that they can feel their identities and cultures represented in the classroom. And we know when we're engaging families, even in what we're sharing and how we're engaging students in the classrooms, will be more impactful. So it's not just having parents come to parent conferences, but how are we integrating them into those conversations about what we're doing with our young people during the day, out of school time, and summer. One of the areas in which we're laser-like focused in terms of engaging families right now is addressing the issue of chronic absenteeism. We know that young people, especially the little ones, are not raising their hand and saying we don't want to come to school. There are other needs and issues that the students and families might want the school to help address. And so we're working with the Ad Council, funded through the Overdeck Family Foundation, to help create a toolkit for school administrators, community leaders, to really think through what are the messages that will resonate with families and students. And we're not going to tell them we're actually going to do focus groups and surveying with families across the country to really help develop those messages and strategy. We know the strategies, but the messages that will really support family engagement and helping us address this. And so another point I want to make before I close in a minute, I know, building relationships and trust with each other, our families and students, should be and needs to continue to be at the crux of our work. This effort has to be a true partnership, and you'll be hearing from experts very shortly and diving deeper into the principles that they found from across the countries that Rebecca mentioned as to what is most important around family engagement. And as I reviewed the findings, it was affirming for me to learn that what we're doing at the department and supporting across the country is we're on the right path, starting with meeting the families where they are. Why is school important to them? How do they feel when they're inside our school? And seeing families as partners. How are we sharing roles and responsibilities with them based on where they're at and how they can enter into the school building? Which entry points can they engage with, and how can we offer leadership opportunities? And how are we breaking barriers? As I mentioned, the parent conferences, right? So often they're in the evenings, and that's a simple example. They're in the evenings. Can all parents even come? And what role are they playing in creating those parent-teacher conferences? And so public education is not a business or a transaction. And to rebuild, strengthen, and or create relationships, as I said, there needs to be trust. It may be the step that takes the longest, but we will have long-standing partnership and collaboration and ownership after. It is work, as you all know, but with the effort, it can also help dissolve power dynamics that often exist in our institutions. The people in our schools and communities come with so many assets and rich experiences, and we need to continue to build on those and work together around creative solutions that go beyond our organizational self-interests. Intentional collaboration is not simple, and in order to do that, we do need to break down those silos and figure out how can we work together towards the common goal. In closing, on behalf of the Secretary and Dr. Miguel Cardona, and the Biden administration, thank you for making time to elevate the importance of family engagement. The Secretary often says, to build an education system worthy of our children, it will take bold action. This is our moment to do what we do best, is to work together. And thank you to everyone in the room for your dedication and devotion to creating more equitable and empowering education systems for all students. Thank you.
Well, welcome. Bienvenidos, karibuni, bienvenue, ahlan wa sahlan. We're so grateful to the Department of Education for that, so thank you so much, Ms. Shah. And we'll be talking a little bit about intentional conversations and relational trust and some of the research that we've been working on in the collaborative. As Rebecca said, I am Emily Morris, a scholar here at the Brookings Institution, and my colleague and I, Laura, will be presenting the research that we have been working on for the last 2 years with all of the wonderful teams that you will hear from today. We have called this research the 6 Global Lessons because across the collaborative in our 16 countries and 6 continents, these are 6 lessons that really resonated across all the data and across all the intentional conversations that we had. And we hope that these 6 global lessons will be useful for you and a springboard for you in the work that you do with schools and communities and educators around the world. And so we will dig into a little bit of these 6 global lessons, but you'll have the chance today to really talk to some of the teams and connect with some of the teams that have been deep in this work in communities. Our collaborative research involved over 9,000 families, nearly 10,000 students, nearly 3,000 educators in 235 schools, and with 15 organizations in 23 languages and in 6 continents. It was a massive endeavor over these last 2 years, and we are so grateful to all the teams that have contributed and to all the families and the students and the educators that have shared their voices and their experiences with us. At the Center for Universal Education, we are working deeply on systems transformation, and this research really reiterates that families are key and core and center to education systems transformation. Too often, we think of families as complementing, as supporting roles. But really, this research with our colleagues have really centered families at transformation. They're not only just important, they're essential for supporting students to thrive, to develop, to succeed in their aspirations, but also in supporting schools, to be able to do the work of supporting a quality, a relevant, and an equitable education. And as our colleague, Fore Kalko in Sierra Leone, who was one of the co-leaders of the research there, really beautifully encompasses, he said during this research process, schools do not stand by themselves, they belong to the community, and they are the community. And this has been a guiding principle to all of us as we did this research together. Our country teams that you'll be hearing about, we have 12 teams represented today here with us in person, and we have those joining us online as well, so thank you to those that are also joining online. Again, we span 6 continents, and we really all engaged and built together a conversation starter tool process. This was our methodology and our approach that we built together over these last 2 years. And it started by contextualizing and centering in the communities why we were doing this work, why each team was engaging in this work, who were their communities, what are the demographics, what are the things to think about, and what are the so whats that each of the team wanted to walk away with in this research. We then moved to the next step of really surveying and capturing the beliefs and perspectives from youth, from educators, and from students and their families around the world. And we wanted to understand not just their experiences with family engagement, but their beliefs on education. I'll talk a little bit more in a minute why beliefs are so key. But one key interesting part of this process has been developing how do you center youth in an authentic way that really hears their voices and perspectives in family engagement research. We use this data as an exploration to lead intentional conversations. And we led conversations with families and students and educators in each of the communities about what their experiences were with family engagement, what their beliefs on education, what their hopes for education were. And we had these intentional conversations to lead us to the 4th step of really creating strategies, identifying and enacting strategies that focused on equity and inclusion and bringing families in and bringing families and students and educators together to support greater partnerships, which is really at the key, is building strong partnerships between families and schools. So this process is called the Conversation Starter Tool process, and this was developed over the course of the research together with all of the teams. From all of this research, we came up with 6 global lessons. And our global lessons, number 1, is beginning with beliefs and understanding where people are coming from. What are their perspectives on education? What are educators, students, and families thinking about education, but also family engagement? Positioning families as assets and allies. Too often we think of families as the problems, but we wanted to really center and think of it as families as assets. How do we create partnerships? Collectively breaking barriers to family engagement together, building at the speed of trust, building relational trust together, and making family, school, and community engagement a must. And finally, disrupting power dynamics through community-driven research. And you'll hear a little bit on the panel later about how we did this disruption of some of the research practices in family, school, community engagement. About beliefs. The first global lesson 1, begin with beliefs. We started by doing a lot of conversations at the Center for Universal Education over the last 6 years on the purpose of school and really talking about what is the purpose of school and what do families and educators and students believe in terms of the purpose of school. And this is really important to us because it centers where families and students are approaching education and what educators think and bringing these together in conversations. From these conversations, we found that understanding families, educators, and students' beliefs and experience is really important to building cohesion and coherence in education systems and creating this shared vision of education. The 2 key survey questions on beliefs, the first being what is the most important purpose of school, how families, students, and educators saw the role of education in society, what is the extrinsic role, what do they see as the hope for education system? And we looked at this in academic learning, preparing for further education, economic skills for work, civic, engaged communities and active citizens, and social and emotional learning, really building skills of relational skills and building skills to understand oneself. We also looked at satisfaction with education, more of the personal and the intrinsic experiences with education, and found that families and educators and students oftentimes differed in how they saw the role of education in society and their own experience with education. We analyzed these together, and I'll share some of the findings that we've learned across the 6 continents. First, with the most important purpose of school, that families and students were really centering more academic learning and furthering education in these last 2 years. So a lot of this research being conducted as schools reopened post-COVID. Families were really concerned, and students, of getting through school, of being able to meet their educational goals, of ensuring that they had what they needed to succeed in furthering of education. And they wanted to have these conversations with educators. What does it take for us to get and further education? Educators saw things quite differently, though, and in some contexts, academic learning and furthering education was a key and central piece of their purpose of school. In other countries, they were focused more on economic learning and building skills for work, especially with secondary school educators as their students were reaching the workforce age. We had other educators focusing on civic learning and thinking about how to build active and engaged citizens and community members. And we had other educators focused on more of the social emotional learning. You'll see with Kenya, it was quite high in the 80% of educators focusing on that. And that was in dialogue, in large part, due to policy and curriculum changes and an emphasis on social emotional learning. So oftentimes educators were reflecting the dialogues and the policy dialogues in their communities as well as curricular changes. When we looked at beliefs on satisfaction with education, we had a little bit of a different picture. Families, students, and educators gravitated towards more of the social emotional learning. So while they might see the purpose of education and the role of education very academic focused, they were most internally excited by education or satisfied with education when their students were getting the skills they needed to relate to themselves and to relate to others. And so we understood these in our dialogues and thinking about what are the key takeaways that we want to walk away with in this research. And we found that families and students are really focused on furthering education in this moment and really ensuring that students have what they need to succeed in education. And a lot of this being what we'll talk about in a minute about supporting learning at home. Yet, social-emotional was also very, very important, and they wanted to have this as a part of the conversation between educators and families and students. How do we center social-emotional learning and civic learning and skills development and economic with also understanding how do these relate to furthering education? And so these were a huge part of the intentional conversations. And how do we center these beliefs to understand how to build strategies that work for families, that work for students, and that work for educators? Our global lesson 2, we looked at how do we position families as assets and how do we see families as partners. First, we had to really think about what is family engagement and what does it mean to families and educators and students, and often finding that they had different definitions of family, school, and community engagement. And we found that oftentimes that families are thinking about family engagement as the work that they're doing at home to support their children's learning, and educators are thinking about the work that is visible to them, the interactions with school. And we use the 6 types of family, school, and community engagement, caregiving, and supporting learning at home, 2 of the more home-facing types of family, school, community engagement. And we thought about family, school engagement also from those student and school-facing, such as communicating with the schools and the teachers, participating in volunteering, in activities as well as resources, and participating in decision-making, serving on committees and parent-teacher associations, school management committees, and building community with other community leaders and organizations as well as building communities. And so really these are different types of family, school, and community engagement. And we looked at, with families and educators and students, what do they see and think about when they think about family engagement? Families said the main way that the majority of families were engaged in family, school, and community engagement was supporting learning at home, and that echoed with students. that the work that majority are doing are supporting learning at home. And to a lesser extent, also there are families that are serving on leadership and decision making, but they're not the vast majority of the families in each of these school communities. Educators, when we asked how are families engaging with schools, they said communicating with the schools and the faculty because that's what they see and is visible to them. But our key takeaway was really thinking about how do we create a definition together of family, school, community engagement, and we settled on that family, school, and community engagement really encompasses all of the many ways that families and educator and community groups work together to support student learning and development. And that it also includes the supporting learning at home, which we often overlook when we define and think about family, school, and community engagement. We also looked at some of the barriers and analyzed some of the barriers. What are the barriers for families to engage with schools, and what do these look like in the different communities? And we found commonalities across and more structural and situational barriers to family, school, community engagement. And the structural ones that we looked at, some were transportation of getting to schools, welcoming and safe environments in schools. It was also the lack of opportunities for engagement, insufficient communication, so some of the school-facing barriers to engagement. There were also those that our teams reported that were more situational, such as well-being or disability of a family or caregiver that prevented them from engaging, or lack of interest and motivation. But most of the barriers were overlapping, such as lack of time, financial constraints, and technology and literacy, language, and other barriers that prevented families from engaging with schools in the ways that they hoped and envisioned. When we asked families, the majority said that the two reasons that were barriers to their engagement were lack of time and financial constraints. And financial constraints having the opportunity for educational costs and being involved, but also the work that they were doing, and families oftentimes not having the flexibility or type of work where they could take time off of school to go to school and show up for a committee because it may impact their income for the day and their ability to provide children with food for the evening. And so having to make these decisions was part of the financial constraints, which also intersected with lack of time, and parents that were working multiple jobs, had children in multiple schools. But educators also recognized that this was a key barrier to engagement for families. Educators also said lack of motivation and interest was a key barrier, but that's not how families saw it. They didn't see it was lack of motivation. They saw it was time, and it was resources, technology barriers. And so part of these conversations really looked at how do we break this blame game of saying families are not interested, they're not motivated. Instead, they have other structural barriers that are preventing them from engaging with schools in the ways that they envision as a community. And so this blame game has really been an important piece of it, but also recognizing that educators often face similar structural constraints and situational constraints in engaging with families in the ways that they hope and envision. So how can we support both educators and support families in breaking some of these collective barriers? And a key part of this is the next global lesson, which is really engaging in relational trust. And how do we build this relational trust between families, schools, and educators? And I'll pass to my colleague, Laura Nora, who will share with you a little bit about what we're doing on relational trust.
Thank you, Emily. Obrigada. Bom dia, buenos dias, good morning. Global Lesson 4 is really about the importance of relational trust between families, students, and educators. The research shows that without trust between families, educators and students, it's almost impossible to really develop effective family school community engagement strategies. However, we often skip the work of building this relational trust, and building relational trust really takes time. Through this research, we develop a tool that schools and teams can use really to gauge trust among families, educators, and students. This was a need identified by teams across the globe, as a lot of the existing research and tools on trust were based on North American and European school contexts. This tool went through a lot of iterations as we worked back and forth with teams to really define the elements that should be part of the tool, as well as we validated the skill. So as we work with teams to boil down the elements that impacted trust, based on the foundations of the research as well as teams' experiences in their own countries, we came up and we defined with 7 elements to be part of this skill. The first element is shared vision. So do we share beliefs about what makes a good education? Culture of listening. Do we seek each other's inputs and do we have opportunities to listen to each other? Respect. Do we show respect? Care. Do we show care? Integrity. Do we follow through our promises with actions? Competency. Do we show that we think that we are doing a good job? So do we show teachers that we think they are doing a good job as educators? Do we show parents that we think they are doing a good job as caregivers? And interactions. Do we have opportunities to really interact with each other? As we started doing this research, we found globally some patterns, some similar patterns, and we really leaned into conversations to better understand why was that the case. And we found that educators reported a lower average level of relational trust with families than families and students with educators, as you can see in this scale. We also found that relational trust decreases as students move through school. So relational trust between families and educators decreases as students move to the school. And this is really because there are fewer opportunities for families and educators to engage with each other. So as students get to middle and secondary schools, they tend to have more classes and more teachers, and really the level of contact between families and educators decreases. So as we thought through Global Lesson 4, there were a couple of key takeaways that are really important to us, but mostly that relational trust is both the foundation and the outcome of meaningful partnerships. And it's critical for us to intentionally dedicate time and resources to strengthen this relational trust. So we have this tool now that it's open access and anyone can use for a brief and easy temperature check of trust levels in your schools and districts, and we will continue to develop this research as we move forward. So our research with relational trust also led us to understand that one of the important pieces of building trust is having a clear vision of what sustainable, equitable, and inclusive family engagement looks like. And in Global Lesson 4, make family school community engagement a must, we analyze education systems framework to better understand this vision. So in Global Lesson 4, we looked at 33 frameworks across 13 countries to understand how governments are envisioning the roles and responsibilities of families and communities in their country's education. We inductively created 5 categories for the purpose of this analysis, and you can see the categories here: implementing policies and practices, being formed, decision-making and leadership, shifting mindsets, and providing resources. And with this analysis, we really learned that while national education policies and frameworks do mention families and communities, very, very few frameworks laid out a comprehensive vision of engagement and a clearly defined strategies. And what we learned, our key takeaway from Global Lesson 5, is that schools and parent organizations many times need to deal with little money and not a lot of guidelines. And that means that the funding is not always consistent and is quite limited for specific activities like school management committees. Finally, our Global Lesson 6, disrupting power dynamics through community-driven research, is about what we learned from conducting this research. And what I can say is that it takes a lot of work and dedication and a deep mindset shift to do community-driven research in practice. As we were talking to one of our teams about the importance of making research meaningful for our communities, Nilufar Yasmin, a public primary school principal in Bangladesh who participated with us, has this great quote that really speaks to our work of centering schools and communities as agents of research and as agents of change, and not only as subjects of research. She said that research is largely confined to universities and research institutions. And many times as school-level teachers, they don't get the opportunity to get involved in research or to conduct any research. Well, but rather than me telling you about Global Lesson 6, as Emily said, you will have the opportunity of hearing directly from our teams from a video that we'll share soon, as well as the panel discussion. But before, I wanted to share with you some links for our resources and tools, as well as information on how you can engage with the Brookings team. These are all open access, and if you are in person, we have copies on the table, we have copies outside that you can get. And now we are going to turn to the video and then the panel discussion. Obrigada. Thank you so much.
One of the many things learned from the global COVID-19 pandemic is that education systems transformation must involve families. When families, schools, and communities have strong partnerships, students have the support they need to succeed and thrive. This research used the Conversation Starter tools, a participatory approach that guides school teams in conducting surveys and intentional conversations in their communities to develop strategies for building stronger family and school partnerships. This collaborative research was conducted with civil society teams in 6 continents with the leadership of the Center for Universal Education at Brookings. The intention was to build research, dialogue, and strategies to further family, school, and community partnerships. This research spanned 16 countries, 23 languages, and was conducted with more than 9,000 families, 10,000 students, and 3,000 school educators. The research resulted in 6 global lessons. In this video, you will hear about the 6 global lessons and how collaborative organizations have disrupted power dynamics in research using a community-driven approach. Teams' objectives for leading the research in their communities.
Our objectives were to assess the current status of community school engagement, disseminate our findings within the school and parent communities, create a platform to reflect on diverse beliefs, barriers, and opportunities for engagement, foster relational trust through active listening and dialogue, and develop a shared vision with tangible strategies to promote greater collaboration among families, schools, and communities.
Lengo kuu la Milele Zanzibar Foundation kushiriki katika study hii ya kupima ushiriki wa mzazi, mlezi pamoja na skuli, kwanza ni kwetu sisi ni kuweza kufahamu ni kwa jinsi gani ushiriki wa mzazi ama mlezi unaweza kuathiri maendeleo ya mtoto shuleni, lakini pia ni kuweza kutambua mipango tofauti ama njia tofauti za kuboresha haya mashirikiano ya mzazi, mlezi ama pamoja na mwalimu katika skuli.
Our interest in the research was to start exploring how families could be more involved in their children's education from a younger age, and what the state of their involvement was currently, and possible barriers to their involvement in the future.
We joined because we see how a close, respectful collaboration between the primary educators of children, their families, and the professional educators, the school staff, is the key for success. As child participation is a core element of our work, we were happy to see that students also had the opportunity to express their opinion in this research.
Major learnings from the research.
So great learnings from the CST process. And one of the learnings is that collaboration and communication is key if we have to engage families in the learning process. With proper communication, the family is able to understand its role and embrace that role in the education ecosystem.
Tal vez uno de los más grandes aprendizajes de esta investigación es que las familias y docentes tienen percepciones muy diferentes, que es necesario trabajar en generar espacios de comunicación de doble vía, de crear y construir esa confianza, fortalecer esa alianza.
De principais achados, de principais aprendizados, eu acho que foi a certeza de que o Brasil precisa fazer engajamento parental. Muitas redes querem isso, mas muitos líderes educacionais simplesmente não sabem como fazer.
We've learned big differences between the 10 schools that we've been connected the research to. One of the big differences is that how often the school organized the parents' meeting, what type of meeting did the school had. Like some of the schools are organizing the meeting monthly, quarterly, yearly, some they don't.
Miongoni mwa lesson ambazo tumeweza kujifunza wakati tunafanya study hii ni kuweza umuhimu wa kutengeneza ama wa kubuild trust and mutual respect between families na school. Lakini pia tumeweza kujifunza the power of collaboration. Kwa namna gani mahusiano ama kufanya kazi kwa pamoja kunaweza kuimpact learning ya mtoto school.
4 insights on how to conduct collaborative research. Insight 1. Think co-construction and not translation or adaptation. This entails contextualizing and centering research in communities.
आणि पायलटही केला. प्रशासक आणि शिक्षकांच्या सहभागामुळे फायदा असा झाला की स्थानिक बारकावे आणि वैविध्यपूर्ण दृष्टिकोन अंतर्भूत करता आला. त्याचबरोबर समाजाच्या सामाजिक सांस्कृतिक पार्श्वभूमीची योग्य अशी सांगड घालता आली आणि यामुळे आम्हाला आपसुकच समजले की आम्ही बरोबर चालले आहोत. आम्हाला जो शाश्वत बदल अपेक्षित होता यासाठी स्थानिक लोकांबरोबर संबंध अधिकच दृढ करणे शक्य झाले.
I think it was interesting to actually be encouraged to go through a process of formal translation. In general, in Sierra Leone, we flip backwards and forwards between English and Creole and assume that there will be a standardization that there isn't always. So that was one interesting component.
Insight 2. Create space for reflection before action. Doing the work of listening, acknowledging, and reflecting on diverse perspectives must take place before launching into development of strategies.
We are able to collect data from families and educators and use the findings from this data to drive a conversation that will culminate in a consensus on the roles, aspirations, and challenges that families face in their engagement in schools.
Este proyecto nos permitió también incluir la voz de los estudiantes y comprender las diferentes perspectivas desde todos los miembros de las comunidades educativas. Creemos que muchas escuelas ya cuentan hoy con más herramientas para avanzar en ese fortalecimiento del compromiso familia, colegio y comunidad.
Insight 3. Make data meaningful and accessible for schools through easy-to-read visualizations and dialogue.
Uma coisa importante é que, de forma a tentar traduzir o material e fazer com que ele fosse acessível para boa parte do público, nós contratamos pessoas locais, nós demos formação para essas pessoas e nós criamos materiais com um design, com foco num design muito grande. Então a gente quis promover materiais muito acessíveis, muito coloridos, com muitos desenhos, que fosse fácil das pessoas entenderem.
Insight 4. Utilize multiple modes of participation. Surveying through a combination of in-person, mobile phones, and remote survey links ensures greater inclusion and participation in the research.
The most challenging aspect of this research was conducting surveys with the parents of students who participated in the survey. Our enumerators of ECS had to visit their homes, workplace, market, and even the streets to collect data from the parents.
During our conversations with participants, we made it a priority to ensure everyone's comfort. This varied from country to country. For instance, in Hungary, we had to separate students and parents from teachers to create an environment where they felt comfortable speaking honestly.
We had to build the community trust. We did community mobilization using the people known in the communities, the religious leaders, the leaders, to do mobilization so that people get the trust.
Applying research into practice.
Going forward, we're wanting to run a pilot in 10 ECD centres where we use the conversation starter toolkit, both the surveys and the conversations, to get agreement on a strategy to make ECD centres more family friendly. So working within the ECD centres to bring up that strategy. We'll be running workshops with the principals, and then also have a course for the teachers on how they can interact better with parents, make it an easier experience for parents to come in and be more involved with their child's education.
We are bringing it into all of our school improvement work. We partner with over 200 schools in different ways, and we are really trying to make sure that this movement from community involvement to community engagement, where we listen and where we actually really appreciate the parental voice, and that we can help align ourselves with their dreams if we are focused.
लीडरशिप फॉर इक्विटी आणि ब्रुकिंग्सची भागीदारी पुढे नेता आम्ही फॅमिली एंगेजमेंटवर एक मॅसिव्ह ओपन ऑनलाईन कोर्स म्हणजेच मूक तयार करत आहोत. हा कोर्स महाराष्ट्रातील शैक्षणिक क्षेत्रातल्या अधिकाऱ्यांसाठी आहे. फॅमिली एंगेजमेंट म्हणजे नक्की काय? त्यासाठी संशोधनातून कुठल्या प्रकारचे फ्रेमवर्क्स तयार केले आहेत? मुलांच्या विकासामध्ये कुटुंबाचा सहभाग कसा वाढवायचा? ऑफिसर्स, शिक्षक, शाळा आणि विद्यार्थी यामधला सहकार्य कसा दृढ करता येईल आणि त्यासाठी कोणती धोरणा शाळेत राबवता येईल याच्यासाठी संबंधित हा कोर्स आहे.
Based on recommendations, we will conduct training sessions for teachers, workshops for students, and group activities for parents. We will also organize service learning activities, establish community STEM hubs, and celebrate national and international days in schools. Recognizing the challenges faced by parents, such as those working as day laborers, in connecting with schools, we plan to conduct a series of small community-based conversation and activities.
Disrupting power dynamics in research requires working collaboratively to listen and learn from families, schools, and students to build trust and partnerships. Collaboration requires both trust and intention. Thank you to all the collaborating organizations, schools, and governments for advancing the critical role that families and communities play in ensuring students and schools can flourish. Shout out to Daniel and Gaston, who worked hard on this video. So I think they were with us. So thank you to them for their work and for all the teams that have supported the creation and shared their stories with us. I'm excited to lead a panel where you'll get to hear from 4 of the research teams and their work on the collaborative research. And we're so honored to have them here and to share their experiences and their journeys in the process. We first have Nasreen Siddiqa, who is the Executive Director and the founder of the Education and the Cultural Society, an organization committed to promoting educational equity and transformation across Bangladesh. She is also a 2019 Echidna Global Scholar at the Brookings Institution, and she led this research together with a team in rural schools in Bangladesh. Joining us from Voces de Educação is Ms. Carolina Campos, who is the founder and executive director and who led this research in 2 municipalities. Ms. Campos previously served as a municipal secretary of education of Gravata and is an active leader in educational quality and safety in Brazil. Dr. James Bridgeforth led this research with schools in Southern California through the Community Schools Learning Exchange, where he served as a research fellow. In the fall, Dr. Bridgeforth will be joining the School of Education at the University of Delaware as an assistant professor in educational leadership. His research and teaching critically examine community voice in kindergarten through grade 12 education in the United States, and he looks at specifically manifestations of racism and anti-Blackness in schools. And finally, we have Dr. Miriam Mason Sese, who is the country director of Educate Sierra Leone for the past 3 decades, and who works closely with government schools and systems across Sierra Leone to serve the diverse needs of communities and teachers to improve quality, social inclusion, gender equity, and community resilience. She and the Educate team, Fode Kalko and Lansana Bakar, led the research across government primary schools in 3 districts. So welcome and thank you again for agreeing to be a part of this journey with us. We will start by asking you to share a little bit. Why did your organization or community get involved in this research? And we're going to start with Carol and then move to Miriam.
So, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Emily, and thank you all for inviting us. Vozes da Educação is a Brazilian consultancy. We work with basic education in Brazil. And after the pandemics, we noticed that there was this huge disruption between what families needed from schools and their communication with schools, and also what schools wanted from the families. So basically, we understood that there is this lack of information between what relationship means and what communication means. So schools tend to understand that communicating is enough, and families are looking for relationship. So we understood that this survey would help us to help the country. And then we conducted an interview with 1,001 people and 734 families and caregivers and 267 educators between teachers and principals. So we also want to make sure to tell you that there is this, the research was conducted in the country in 2 municipalities, one in the northeastern region called Cruz, a very small city and very poor city, and also a city called Londrina in the south region. So we had the chance to understand what was going in the north and what was going in the south. And also in Brazil, just for the records, we have around 100,000 schools only for elementary schools. And we worked only in elementary schools. The total amount of the schools in the country are around 200,000 schools. So, and most of these schools, 80% of them are public. So we also decided to study only public schools. So that's the why we wanted to be part of this team.
Thank you, Carl. We'll pass on to Miriam to talk a little bit about Sierra Leone.
Thank you. And so thank you, Brookings, for the opportunity to be here. Thank you to the team that worked with us to make it all happen, Fode and Lansana Baka in particular. So Sierra Leone is a very beautiful, small country in West Africa, about 8 million people. We have about 13,400 schools, but only around 6,200 of them are formally registered. We have significant learning poverty, best probably illustrated by the statistic of under 5% of our 10-year-olds are reading and writing at grade level. We got involved with this research because the Ministry of Education contacted us, knowing that Educate is very keen on centering families and communities in our school improvement work. But we had only really been ever doing that. We have respectful relationships at the center of everything that we're trying to do, and certainly including with the communities, but we'd only been really working on that intuitively and anecdotally. We'd never formally done any research on it. And this was a fantastic opportunity for us to sort of further disrupt and move ourselves along the scale towards really having communities, families, really key to everything that we're doing in our school improvement work. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary. We're going to jump over to Nasreen to talk about Bangladesh.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Brookings. Hello, everyone. Actually, at Education and Cultural Society, my NGO, so we did this research with 14 different educational institutions, that the secondary level schools. And you know, Bangladesh is also a very beautiful country, very small, but densely populated country in the world. And here, over 60% people stay in rural areas. So from there, only 67% of secondary level aged youth are going to school, enrolled in school. And recently, that the 94% of secondary school, they are studying in the private institutions, as the public institutions are really insufficient structure they have to accommodate these students in the schools. So moreover, my experience of working with as an educationalist and development practitioners over 2 decades, and my NGO's experience, the journey for more than 1 decade, helped us to understand that the necessity of family and community engagement, so that we just, when we got this opportunity, we were so grateful, and we tried to value this research because of we know that this research will show us the pathways that how can we move forward with the action phase of this research. And I have to say that we know the acute need, and we know the cruel reality that families in most of the rural areas, ethnic community, and the marginalized community, the families are not engaged. And there are huge gap in the urban and rural communities, in the underprivileged, privileged communities, high-tech, low-tech, no-tech communities. So to reduce this huge gap, I think this research is highly necessary, and we can give this message to the policymakers, to the NGOs and others, that how can we transfer this research to action phase. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nasreen. And jumping to James to talk about Southern California.
So as an organization, the Community Schools Learning Exchange, we mostly work with schools, districts, municipal agencies, all types of partners to really build and strengthen the community school strategy. We heard a little bit about it earlier today, but that strategy isn't new. It's been around for generations. And what's exciting about that is that we're really, in California, doing a lot of work to expand that. So we've invested, and by we, I didn't personally do this, the state did this. They invested $4.1 billion into this, and that's billion with a B, into really expanding the community school strategy. And so I think what's exciting to me about that is that with community schools, it's not just about bringing in resources and bringing in supports, but it's really about spending time working with educators, working with families, working with students, and actually taking their hopes, their dreams, their values, all of their work, and bringing it together to see how do we actually want our schools to be? What do we want our schools to look like? How do we want our schools to function? And so I think that was really exciting for us. Now, one of the things that we know is that in the United States, and California is no different in this, is that hasn't actually always been the case. We've oftentimes had plenty of initiatives around school improvement that really focus more on doing things to families, doing things for families, but not really about doing things with families. So for this kind of work, it was really important for us to spend time working with families and students and educators to do this work a little bit differently. And so this, as we work with our schools, our districts, and all of our partners, this was a really great opportunity for us to spend some time, moving past the more, I would say, traditional and really transactional kinds of relationships, and really dig deep into how do we build these trusting partnerships that can actually work to move our work forward. So it was a really exciting time to use this research.
Thank you, James. And I just wanted to reiterate the point that James made about the 2 and the 4 research and the with research. And this next question for you all is the community-driven and participatory research process that we all use really positioned communities and students and families as the experts in the research, which often departs from other types of research where maybe a higher ed institution or a higher education institution or research institution are the experts. Can you speak a little bit, Carol and Nasreen, a little bit about how you really engaged and centered families and youth and students in your research processes? We'll start with Carol.
Oh, yeah. So since the beginning, we knew that we would have to put a lot of effort in the process. So we started, prior to surveying, we extensively field tested the questions, and we gathered a group of families and educators from different backgrounds. We wanted to understand what these families were open to. So basically, we understood that there was this huge number of families that had problems with their literacy themselves. So we adjusted everything for them. We understood also the family presence in schools. And so because of that, we figure out the need to hire local people. We contacted the secretaries of education from both cities. We asked them if they were willing to join us in this process. They said yes. And then we asked them, who should we hire? Who should they recommend us to hire? And they pointed out some people. We interviewed these people. Later on, we understood the need to train these people. We had daily contact with them through WhatsApp groups. And they also started going to the schools. When they went to the schools, we noticed the lack of the parents inside the schools. So we decided to change our approach, and we defined a way to get inside schools when parents would be there. So report card days, like parent teachers association days, things like that. And also we created posts and a QR code. We send it through through WhatsApp groups. We created a WhatsApp video, and also we shared with parents. For the educators, we created posters and put the posters with QR codes inside teachers' rooms, inside the principal room. So we did all that. And after we did all that, we also created this poster with the results per school in a very detailed and very design-centered way. So they are now using these posts to show the families the results of the research.
Thank you, Carol, for sharing with us a little bit about how you engaged families and leaned into social media and groups and things that were already existing among families and dialogues among families to really engage families. We're going to hand to Nasreen to speak about Bangladesh.
Yeah, that where we did the research, that is the northern part of Bangladesh and still lagging behind in development of education. So we had to invent different strategies there, not for the regular strategic one, that the survey and data collection and everything. So at first we did the meeting with district education officials and principals, and we had meeting with CUE team with principals of 14 different schools and along with the teachers, and Emily and her team was there, and they got the guideline and they could understand the importance of this research. And then it was very easy for us to move around with these schools, and this school principal authority really helped us. We figured out their timing, I mean based on their education calendar, based on their examination and everything, and then we figured out that when we can sit with the students and how we can engage the parents. It was very easy to get the students and teachers and school principals as well, but it was very hard, challenging, especially in the rural areas, to get the parents. So that we set one school head, Nilufar Yasmin, as translator and advisor, because in Bangladesh we have the common Bangla language, but in different dialects that they are using in different areas, so that those school head really helped us. And in the same way, we involved the local university level students as data collectors and enumerators, and they could easily go to the parents, and some parents said that please come to my kitchen and I will get available time to talk to you and convey our question answers. And to research, to reach the individuals, even our team went at their home, bus stand, market, shop, agro fields. So we tried to make them make a very cozy and easy environment for them as they can express their feelings. And I can set an example that the boys, they said that it's better if we can sit under a tree and if you can go to the playground and do the survey with us. Whereas girls said that it's better in the classroom or our ICT lab or in the library. So we just figure out the way how can we do that. And we really in some time gave them enough time as they can take time, they can understand the question and go for conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nasreen, for sharing a little bit about how you engage students and critically and asking students what do they want, where do they want to have conversations. Our team in Zanzibar, Tanzania also used youth researchers, so youth-to-youth conversations, and creating a decision-making process with youth. Where do they want to have the dialogues with who? How do they want intergenerational dialogues, and how do those take place? So thank you for sharing that with our collective. All of you have led hundreds and hundreds of conversations in your communities, with communities, across communities, and in our research collaborative as well. I wanted to ask a little bit about these conversations and the different types of conversations that you had in planning, data collection, analysis, sharing data, processing, thinking about data, and findings. And some of the processes that you use to share the data with your communities and schools. So James and Miriam, what was one memorable piece or memorable lesson from these different conversations that stuck out to each of you? So we'll start with James.
Yeah, so I mean, I think for us, we lead conversations and we have these kinds of discussions with districts all across the state. But for this particular work, we were working with a district that is well known as a high-performing district. They've won awards for, I mean, countless things, but around community engagement and lots of different things. But they're also incredibly centralized. And sometimes I would say working with a district that's really centralized and that has I would say maybe, gotten very used to doing things a certain way. It can be a little bit difficult to have opportunities to reflect and opportunities to really think about the how and the why of this work. And I can remember working with one of the principals, and it was right before she was going to lead one of the conversations. And we got on the call, and she was just asking me so many questions about, okay, what if I do this, and how do I do that, and what about the notes, and all these different things. And I remember telling her, just one, take a deep breath. It's okay. We were definitely going to get through this, but a part of the reminder was really about this work is so relational, and it's important to really think about the process and not just the end product. So yes, we really want to get the notes. We absolutely needed those, but we also wanted to make sure that this was an opportunity for you to really engage with your families, to engage with your students, and to think deeply about what collaboration could look like versus just having an end product. And so I think for me, the biggest lesson that I got from that, I have to look at my notes to make sure I actually cover this. The biggest lesson is that it's not really about getting things right the first time, that this is really just a one moment in this work. You'll continue to do this work, you'll continue to have more conversations, but it's really about building those relationships. It's really about making sure that you're setting the groundwork for everybody to have that kind of trust, because you can't really do any of this work if the trust isn't actually there.
And I'll come in now. Yes, I would say the biggest learning that we had, as I said, right from the word go, we've sort of centered respectful relationships, and we've seen the importance of working with communities, but we hadn't really thought about what they could bring other than just agreeing with us. So we would go into the communities and tell them what our project was about and what role they could play. And this has really challenged that and made us think, hang on a second, that's not actually that respectful. We felt it was respectful because we were sharing a tool where we have our icons and what have you, rather than lots of words, because a lot of the communities we're working with are illiterate, and so they feel disenfranchised by loads of literature. But it was still just us telling. And this really pushed us to be listening. And so we now have a whole load of images that we then spread out on the table, and we say, if this means this and this means, this image, what are your priorities? And it really pushed us to listen. And so now we aren't doing so much of the talking, we're doing much more listening. And so we can position whatever then we have to offer to that school and that community, within what the communities, the families themselves are asking for. And one example of how we were sort of made to listen, just as you were made to go out into the communities, we realized that many parents weren't going to come to the school because if they come to the school, they're going to be asked for money in their minds. So, and they haven't got any. So they weren't going to come anywhere near us. So if we wanted to actually get the opportunity to talk to people, we had to go out into their farms and their markets and find them in their homes and so on. And that was a very important part of listening to their needs. But now it's really become much more at the heart of what we're doing as we work.
Thank you so much, Miriam. And I wanted to build in our last question before we take an opportunity to listen to you all and take questions, is to really talk about what James said about the process and emphasizing this is a process, not necessarily an end product. That being said, you have an end product on your tables or a link online of kind of the product from this research, but this is really a process. So I wanted to ask you all to briefly say, what is the next step in this process for all of you? Where do you hope to go, and how do you hope to use this research in your work going forward? And maybe we'll start with Carol and James, because we heard a little bit from Nasreen and Miriam in the video, and briefly go to Nasreen and Miriam before we open up for questions.
Thank you, Emily. Yes, so this research was especially important for not only Vozes da Educação, but also for the country, I believe. First, because we understood that while we were conducting the survey, we noticed that educators and also parents were talking a lot about students' well-being and mental health issues and how pandemic disrupted everything. And so we noticed that that was really an issue, and there were a few researches conducted in the country regarding specifically to mental health questions in students. And for the records, 1 in 5 students reported being depressed or sad in 2022. And then in São Paulo, there was this study carried in the city during 2021, with 5th through 9th grade students in public schools, and 2 out of 3 of them reported that they struggled with mental health issues. So we also figured out that Brazil was not working with the whole child approach, not even considering the science of learning and development. And because of that, we started working a lot and studying a lot to understand how we could help. And then we noticed that we could bring the trauma-sensitive schools methodology to the country, and that's what we are doing right now. So we are talking a lot about how trauma can impact the development and the learning of the students, and how families should engage to make things better inside schools. So we have run a course for educators and families in the beginning of the year, and this course has one class dedicated specifically to parental family and community engagement. So our partnership with Brookings amplifies the concept of family engagement, and we are very proud of that, and we understand that this is really important to the country. So cities are now looking for us, asking for help regarding to parental engagement.
Thank you, Carol. Handing to James.
Awesome. So for me, I think it's a really exciting time. I know that I said earlier that California invested this $4 billion into community schools, and thankfully the district that we're working with, they were actually just awarded one of those grants. So they're looking at expanding that work. And just a little while ago, I was spending some time looking through their application, and it was exciting because they actually mentioned the Brookings work. And they talked about how the work was not just one thing to do, but it was something that really helped them deepen their relationships. It helped them really think about how they're going to use dialogue to continue to build those relationships. And I think for us, it's a big deal because it's not just about getting a grant or getting a program off the ground or any of those things, but it's really about us spending some time and trying to figure out, what do our families actually want? What do our students actually want? What do they actually think is the purpose of schooling? And we talked a little bit earlier about this larger issue of chronic absence and how folks are really honing in on that. But a big part of that is actually just asking the folks who are on the ground, what's going on? How can we actually work with you? What are the things that we can do to not just, I would say, solve problems for you, but actually work together to build the solutions? A large part of that is really thinking about the folks who are closest to the problems or closest to the challenges. They have the answers to those problems, and so it's really about leveraging their hopes, their dreams, their assets, their strengths, and how do we bring that together to make sure that we're doing this work and doing this work really well. So for us, we're excited about expanding on that work. The district is going to have, I believe it's 8 schools right now that are going through that process. They're looking at expanding to over 24, so that's going to be even more exciting. And then we'll continue using this, the conversation starter tools and a lot of the Brookings work with a lot of the communities that we work with all across the state.
Thank you. And we're going to go to question and answer in just a minute, but we'll give Nasreen and Miriam so we'll start with Miriam, a quick snapshot of what comes next, and then go to Nasreen.
I think just continuing to push on listening, it's what I was saying about listening in the communities. That's aligned with a whole sort of movement that we've been seeing within the organization, deliberately building listening classrooms, deliberately having listening, what we call listening leadership, with all our leaders, even the student-led family leaders and so on. We will be continuing the watchwords for us that I enjoyed them in the video: trust, respect, listening. Those are key, and we want to be making sure that whenever we are interacting with schools, with communities, that those are the heart of how we're trying to disrupt the sort of power, particularly if you work in an aid organization. You've got to be conscious of those issues and not just coming in with your own agenda. So we appreciate that being part of this whole thing that's really challenged us to continue sort of digging deep on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Nasreen.
Yeah, Millie, you are absolutely right that it's a process, and we are on this process. And we got many recommendations from the community, from the parents. They said that the educators, they say that they are not willing to join in the school program and not in the school meeting. But we got the different scenario from the parents and students, and we came to know different barriers of parents. I can mention that one of the parents said that in the school where the district commissioner is the parent, how can I attend the meeting as a farmer? So that there are different huge gaps in there. And one of the girls said that, some teachers said that we can bring parents as we can do some day celebration, we can arrange some gifts and programs like this, and they would be really interested. But one of the girls from privileged school, she said that nothing, no gift will attract my mother, because if you can add some marks in my report card, only then they would be interested, because they only give emphasis for my good result. So based on this recommendation, we will move forward with the parents, the communities, and definitely just after this program, we will go back and we'll sit with the policymakers. Maybe we from our NGO ACS, we will organize a symposium where we can invite them and can talk to them and can figure out the ways we can move forward in future. And definitely with Brookings, we will move on with the research and action and more in-depth research. Thank you.
Thank you, Nasreen. We're going to hand over to question and answers and start with one that was submitted online, and then we'll take one from the room. We'll start with the question of how can communities on different continents learn from another? And I'll ask Carol to briefly speak to that, as I know that each of these folks sitting on the stage are active in our Family and Engagement Network, Family Engagement and Education Network. And so speak a little bit about your experiences engaging across continents in these conversations. So Carol and Miriam, we'll have you speak to that.
Well, so when we started the process, I didn't know that we were going to be part of this network. And being part of the network just made me realize that we were not the only ones feeling the same thing as other countries were feeling. So we knew that parents wanted to engage, but they didn't know how to. And schools wanted parents to engage, but they didn't know how to do that. And we noticed that other countries felt the same thing. So we are now exchanging good practices and talking a lot about that in the Family Engagement Network. And also we are trying to learn from others. So I think that this kind of possibility makes us stronger and makes us realize that, okay, we are not the only ones.
Thank you. Handing to Miriam briefly.
Just to add to that, I think thanks to social media, thanks to where we are now post-COVID, there are all sorts of ways of actually finding out what is happening. So I think all of the people, probably all the people in this room, but certainly all the people that have been part of the this work are happy to share ideas, discuss. LinkedIn's a good place to find people, Facebook's a good place to find people, and so on. And, we have WhatsApp groups, we are exchanging through webinars, through this sort of event. I think there are lots of ways that we can actually share ideas. And there are a lot of commonalities. It's not always the same, but there are a lot of, things that you can just flex a little bit for your context and make it work.
Thank you. And we'd love to hear any questions from the audience here in person. We have over here. So Sophie will be handing you a microphone.
Thank you so much. My name is Arifa Pervez. It's a very inspiring session. Thank you for educating us. My question is that I didn't see or I couldn't understand one thing, that is the government supportive in such initiatives? Because in the populous countries, especially in Global South, I think that there are problems of sometimes local government leaderships, and sometimes the families are controlled. How can you include families in the education with their own will at times? So there is kind of sometimes totalitarian or authoritarian approach. So how do you combat that kind of situation? And how would you do this in future? Thank you.
Great. And this afternoon, we'll be hearing a little bit policy perspectives on family school community engagement, so stay tuned for further dialogue. But this is a good question, and maybe I'll ask Nasreen and James to speak of this, about how are governments involved in this work, thinking of your work, James, with the district level, and Nasreen in the different layers of working with the ministry, educators. So I'll ask maybe Nasreen to start and then go to James.
Yes, I hope there is no policymaker here in this room. So it's sometimes really hard to make them understand. Actually, they have also different limitations, because that being a very developing country and overpopulation, so that they can't. But from policymakers' side, now what we are trying to do to make them understand that research is required, especially in the rural communities, in these schools, and the gap they have. So most of the emphasis are going for some privileged and urban schools, so that these schools are self-sufficient. They have their capacity, they have their support and everything. But, and I mentioned that 94% of the schools, children are going to the private institutions because of that public infrastructure is not sufficient for them. So I have to say, policymakers' perspective, that they have to be more serious about this transformation of education system, about the curriculum. So they are busy for this, but they are giving very less emphasis for the research. And this research, I think, will help them to understand that families are not really engaged with the schools, especially in the migrant, then marginalized and the rural areas. So we are trying to convey the message, but the positive thing is whenever we go for any research or program, our policymakers, if we reach to them, that district here also in this research, that district education officials and the other officials, they are really showing us interest, and they made our work easy so that we could go to the community and schools.
And just a note that in Bangladesh, they had a community of practice where they brought education leaders that regularly talked about it. So policymakers, school heads, research teams in the schools. So a regular community of practice and dialogues was part of the process. We'll hand to James to talk a little bit about working with districts in the United States context.
So the United States context is complicated for a million different reasons, and that could be a whole panel just in itself. I would say for this particular work, and I'm coming to you all from California, Southern California in particular has seen, I would say, a lot of interesting politics over the last year or two, particularly around this idea of parents' rights in education, and particularly around this idea of what it actually looks like to do community engagement. A lot of my work actually focuses on local school boards and the way that school boards navigate and manage family engagement or community engagement. And I think one of the most important things about this work and just the community school strategy in general is really that this work is about bringing folks together and about really understanding everybody's perspective and making sure that folks' perspectives are actually involved in this. So I think what's unique and really exciting about this particular work is that it is so focused, that main question around like, what is the belief around the purpose of schooling? What is school actually for? When are we actually satisfied with schools? It allows us to have the kinds of conversations that I think people aren't actually always having. Oftentimes, and if anybody's seen in the media reports, like a lot of these board meetings where folks are mostly yelling at each other, you have 3 minutes to get up and say your piece, and then things just kind of move on. But we're really trying to do things differently, and this work allows us to actually do that so that we're having these larger, I would say maybe deeper conversations around the purpose of schooling, around what we want our schools to look like, to feel like, to be like, not just for the majority of our students, but really all of our students. So all really emphasizing that.
Thank you, James. And just a note coming forward are policy briefs for each of the different countries that are co-thought through with the government partners and written to each context. So Sierra Leone has just finished theirs. As Miriam mentioned, the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education requesting the research with the teams Educate and Rising, and they have helped create and write about this in a policy brief specific to Sierra Leone. We're working on one with the team in Zanzibar, in Brazil, Colombia, and all. So stay tuned for these policy briefs that will be coming out in the next few months. We will continue the question and answers over a break. So next coming up is a 30-minute break. So those of you that are tuning in virtually, thank you so much for joining this first part. And in 3 hours, we will hear from policy perspectives on family school community engagement and how to make it a must. So please rejoin us in 3 hours. For those of us in the room in person, you will have a break. There are refreshments outside. And after the break are interactive workshops. There are a choice of 3 interactive workshops. You will see on your name card, there is a circle, and the circle corresponds with a room. All of the people with a pink tag, our Center for Universal Education colleagues have a pink name tag. You can ask them about where to go, what room, and there's also a poster outside of this room with information on which room to go to and attend. But thank you so much to all of you that have tuned in and that have asked questions this morning. We're looking forward to a day of further conversations and hearing from all of you. And just a warm welcome and applause and thank you to our panelists for sharing their journeys. And just reiterating what James said so well is that this is a process. And so thank you for being an important part of this process and continuing to learn from each other throughout the day. And I'm looking at Max to see if I forgot anything. Thank you. So for those of you in person, if you don't have a dot, see Max and the team and they will help direct you to Kresge Room. But enjoy your break and we look forward to connecting with you further. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. 2 years, almost 3 years of research, but yeah.
Um pouquinho nervosa, mas Sorry.
2. Mic check 1 2 2 2. Two. Check 1 2. Two. Mic check 1 2. 2. Mic check 2.
And the mic should all be up.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Hello, everybody. It's okay? Nope, it's not okay. Is it on? Yep. I don't know, is it
On. Does this one work? Woo! Okay. You can have the one that doesn't work. You can borrow mine later. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had rich conversations in the workshops. I heard lots of buzzing over lunch. Welcome back to our online audience. We're sorry you weren't here. The food was delicious. The conversation was even better. I am really pleased to be joined on stage by 4 wonderful speakers who I'll introduce. And thank you all. You've traveled, all of you, very far to be here. I want to start with Dr. Mwana, who is the Deputy Principal Secretary of the Ministry of Education and Vocational Training in Zanzibar. She has traveled from Tanzania to be with us. She's been planning, coordinating, and supervising different projects and initiatives to improve quality education delivery in Zanzibar. Her focus is to strengthen the education system in Zanzibar through implementation of education reform that has just gotten passed at the beginning of the year, and we're going to hear about that from her today, particularly because family engagement is a big piece of it. I also want to say very warm welcome to Mr. Alpha Dean Bangura, who is the Deputy Director of the District of Port Loko in the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education in Sierra Leone. Thank you, Alpha. It's a long trip. With over a decade of experience in educational research and educational administration, Alpha works very closely with non-governmental organizations and a host of partners in Sierra Leone. There's many nonprofits and community partners working on education. And he is very focused on improving education systems and learning outcomes, particularly for students who are the farthest behind. So thank you again, Alpha, for being with us. Darcy, you're next. We're very happy to have Dr. Darcy Hutchins, the Director of the Family School Community Partnerships for the Colorado Department of Education, which is, we're going to hear, it's a very unique position actually in the United States. She provides support to districts to implement family partnership programs for student success, particularly through parent participation on school and district accountability committees. So we're looking forward to hearing about your work, Darcy, and perhaps the award for the farthest traveled goes to Karen. Ms. Karen Robinson is the former Director of Education for Australian Schools Plus, which has been a longtime partner working with us. Karen works extensively on initiatives to support students facing disadvantages, helping bridge the gaps, and has a proven track record for developing and executing strategic initiatives that elevate educational programs and enhance student outcomes. And Karen has worked across with many, many school leaders across the country of Australia. So we hope you're not too jet lagged. So to kick off with, I'd like to just, you're all from completely different parts of the globe, and just a quick minute on your context. What is your setting? How many kids are you looking after in your jurisdictions and your networks? And how are they faring on learning outcomes? Alpha, maybe we can start with you. Just a quick background.
Thank you so very much for this question. Of course, Sierra Leone. I'm coming from Sierra Leone. It's a very small country located in West Africa, with approximately 8 million people, 16 districts, approximately 13,400 schools, of which 6,200 are approved. These schools are being served by 95,000 teachers, in which only half are being trained, qualified, and on payroll. The government.
I want to interrupt you right there, just to make sure people heard. Only half of their teachers are on payroll. So there's a whole corpus of volunteer. Family engagement means a whole new level, because they're paying half the teachers.
Indeed. Of course, latest statistics indicate that only 5% of our 10 years old are able to read and write at age level. Government actually is implementing the free quality school education, wherein they pay for pupils in the primary level. We pay approximately 15 cents per term per head, and for the junior and the senior secondary level, we pay about $2 per term per head. Governments have tried, to help in terms of bridging the gap of out of school, because the out of school rate is kind of high for the primary level. About 18% of children, primary age children, are out of school, and about 20% of secondary age children are out of schools. Of course, based on the statistics that I've just highlighted, you can find out that these are some of the reasons, and government have made significant strive to at least reduce the number of out of school and to improve on the teaching quality. But of course, decades of neglect cannot be fixed overnight. The reason why we are here, and by the grace of God, with the support of Brookings, I am sure we can be able to look at some of these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Alpha. And of course, Sierra Leone has had a long history of civil war that they are recovering and rebuilding their country around, and made lots of progress. Darcy, to a whole different part of the world, to Colorado.
A whole different part, just west of Washington, D.C., and by just, I mean many thousand miles. So in Colorado, we have 179 public school districts. We have one charter school institute. We have just under 1,930 schools. Public schools, and then 264 charter schools, about 881,000 students. Let's see, the per pupil expenditure is $10,670 per pupil, which is much higher than Sierra Leone, but actually on the lower side of what United States fund for public education. And about 58% of students are on grade level for math achievement, and 63% on grade level for English and language arts achievement.
Thank you. Dr. Mwana.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Brookings, for inviting me here. It's a very great opportunity for me to be here for our education reform. I have a lot of big takeaways from this conference. Zanzibar is part of the United Republic of Tanzania, So we have education system in Tanzania, which is higher education system, which is regulated under United Republic of Tanzania. But in Zanzibar, we have our own education system for basic education. We have about 1.8 million people in our islands, and we have about 500,000 students in our school. We have also 800 schools with 13,000 teachers in those schools. The performance is somehow good. In document we say it's good, or politically it's good, because when we count those who are performing well in examinations, we consider students are performing well in education, even those who are getting grade D. But if you go practical, they are not performing well. That is why I say political, we are good, but technical, we are not so good. So there are a lot of things that we need to do. We have out of school children, for now, 20,000 students. There are about 50,000 students out of school. But there are a lot of initiative which has been done, like 2 years now. 30 students are back to school, 30,000 students are back to school. So we are still continuing with these 20,000 students. They have been out of school for different reasons, school environment and home condition and other issues. So the government understands that, and we are working hard to make sure that we return all of them to schools. And the government is trying to do its best to spend in education system. For example, now we have this year budget. It has just been approved this month in May. It has been approved that it is 100%, more than 100% more than last year. So a little bit we are doing better. The government understands the importance of education, and it's the first priority in Zanzibar government. Education, the first priority. So although it's first priority, although it's improving the budget each year in education sector, but still is not enough, because for example, in school, what we are paying for each child, for each student, is about 20,000 shillings Tanzania, maybe equivalent to $10 US per month. And we get less. We don't get all that is required in school. So we have some challenge that we are still working. So involvement of community, because we understand the situation of the government in budget, involvement of community in the system of education will support these issues, the challenge that we are having. And also we have classroom ratio is about, teacher-student ratio is about 60 students per class. But also I say that this is in document, because we count the number of students that teachers we have and the number of the teachers. But in real situation, sometimes if you go to other places, you'll find the teachers are not enough. But in some places they are enough. And also these are the issues that we want to work in the education system, in our education reform. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mwanak. Yeah, pupil-teacher ratios of 1 to 60. What is the average classroom size of students in Sierra Leone, in Port Loko district?
Yeah, it varies. We have public schools, which for the primary school at times is 60, 1:60 teacher, one teacher has to 60 pupils. And for the secondary, it depends on the
school, right?
You know, for major cities, we can all have up to even 100.
100, one teacher per 100.
Yeah, because
students.
our school population, the school-going population is about 3.5 million.
Right.
Yeah, in Sierra Leone. So,
great.
Some, especially in the area of schools, the ratio is not kind of even. You know, we have huge lot of primary school, as opposed to junior and the other levels.
And then smaller.
So you can, if you look at that one, in fact, because of some of these problems, we can easily have out of school, because some of these kids cannot be able to access, you know, junior secondary schools. For instance, the district where I'm coming from, we have about 701 schools, approved schools, and approximately we have about 36 pre-primary schools, about 451 junior secondary schools, about 165 36 pre-primary, 451 primary, 149 JSS, and 65 SSS. So if you look at this one, you find out that there's this problem of transitioning. We have huge number of pupils transitioning from the primary level to the junior secondary school level, and sometimes they do not have corresponding junior secondary schools to attend.
They don't actually have enough space to go, right? So it's not lack of demand.
As a result of that, some of these few schools that are located in some of these urban communities are being overcrowded.
Great.
And at times we have different situations.
Thank
Some
you.
schools-
Thank you, El.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. So anyways, just to put a little bit of context, because, you know, when we talk about family school community engagement, like what is one teacher for 100 students going to do to engage with 100 families? Over to you. Let's hear about Australia.
Well, I think in terms of our numbers compared to the size of our country, we're very lucky. Our biggest complexity is the size of our country. And for Australia, we have in total 6,800 schools compared to the numbers that we're hearing here. Of that, we actually have three different sectors that sit within our systems in Australia. We have the government sector, we have an independent sector, and we have a Catholic sector. And those three sectors work together under the Commonwealth Department of Education. We are a federated model of schools in Australia, so we are led by a Commonwealth sector, but then divided into state-based sectors. And each state is able to then drive curriculum and how schools work within each of those states. For Schools Plus, we've been very lucky to partner with Brookings, and Schools Plus is an organisation that was established to bridge the gap of inequity in resourcing and education in disadvantaged schools across Australia. We have the opportunity to work with over 4,000 schools of that 6,800 that actually fall into that category of disadvantage. When we talk about disadvantage in Australia, it is about poverty, it is about socioeconomic disadvantage, but it is also about our Indigenous population and also our remote and very remote geographical context. So it's very challenging in being able to provide equity and resourcing into schools that are so isolated in where they are, that resources to actually have educators in that space or provide the right opportunities for education is quite complex. At Schools Plus, we have had a focus on family and community engagement, and the beauty of working alongside Brookings has been incredible. Part of our context has been working directly with initiatives in schools around family and community engagement for the last over 3-year periods, and we've worked with over 150,000 students and their families during that time. And we'll talk more about the impact of that shortly. But one thing that we do know, and I've heard this throughout the morning and throughout the conversations, is around COVID and how incredibly disastrous that has been across the world. But one thing it has done is actually shone a light on the importance of family engagement in education. And so we've leveraged that opportunity as a silver lining. The fact that we are now seeing families and communities as partners, as having a voice and having agency, has been a big part of the work that we've been doing both in Australia and also in our partnership with Brookings, which has been incredible. But it hasn't yet overcome all of the challenges. And when I hear some of the challenges that are being shared around academics and well-being and all of those things, we still keep hearing that absenteeism and engagement in education is continuing to fall behind, and our approaches to looking at new strategies or approaches to reduce that or turn it around is a big part of the work that we've been doing to partner with Brookings as well. So
Great.
thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. So we're going to be talking a bit today about family school community engagement in policy and how does it work at the policy level. And Dr. Mwana, there's no one better to kick this off with than you. You have been working on and recently was passed a new education reform in Zanzibar, and families and community engagement with schools is a big part of that. I'd be interested if you could share a little bit why, what was the motivation, why did this get included, and then tell us a little bit about how families are showing up in this policy.
Okay, thank you so much. Currently, first, in our education system, the policy that we are having now, 2006, that we are reviewing now, we have a school management committee that is the only formal platform that we engage community in education system. So that is what we have. But other things, currently, they are just happening. It depends the leadership of the school management. If they decide to call parents or involve them, is not formally in the system itself. So something are happening that we have discussed here, but they are not happening formally. They are not in the system. So you may find in different ways they are not happening. Things are not going well because school management are not forced. There is no way that they are forced to do that. In education reform, there are so many recommendations that we are supposed to take so as to improve this challenge that we have in education. And one is that of community engagement. The team that was doing this reform saw a lot of challenge that are hindering education system because the community is not engaged. And what we have now is that when you go to school, when you go in the street or transport or wherever where kids are going to school or whatever, who is responsible according to the perception of the community or people in the society is teachers or education management. Those are people who are thought that they are responsible to take care of the children when they are going to school. The society itself doesn't seem that they are responsible to take care of the kids, to make sure that these kids are going to school. I have the role to make sure that he is reaching school safely. When he is at school, I also have the responsibility. So the perception in the society is like management or government is responsible for education system. So this team, education reform team, found that we cannot go anywhere if the community is not involved. So they came up with different recommendation that we need to put this in the system of education. And we put it, we have to put in the policy first. We need to make it clear the role of parents, the role of community and other people in the community. What are their role to support education system? We also need to put it in Education Act. We are now reviewing all of them, Education Act and Education Reform. So we have also to put it in Education Act. If there is a punishment or incentive, as we had here in our small discussion group, things that will help community to feel that they have role, they are responsible to take part in education. And other recommendation is also, for example, involving religious leaders in education system or in parenting education, because some parents, they understand that they have role in education system, but because they are busy, in economic issues and other issues, they don't take that role. So in our background in religious, that in Zanzibar, most of us are Muslim, and is taking care of the kids' education is compulsory. So just to remind them, the society, that they have this role, not only in this in the education system or in the country, but is their role even in their belief. So that we think, or the team thought that this will help. According to our background, it will help to bring these parents or community close to school and their children and their children education. And also another part in education reform is about involving private partners in education system, because we see that is kind of the government give education priority. First priority in Zanzibar is education in government, but according to economic status, it cannot do what all that it wants to the education sector. So involving private partners, giving them some incentives when they invest in education, when they support education, that is also a part of education reform, that we as Ministry of Education sectors, we are supposed now to prepare kind of strategies how we are going to involve private partners in the educational system, so that we can get some kind of relief. So we are preparing now this kind of proposal, and we are going to advise the government. So we expect that the government will support from the now when you have government, private sectors, when they engage, when they invest in education, they give tax like others business people. So this is reducing their motivation. So the target is to motivate them to do better or much in education sector. So that is, there are a lot, but let me stay here.
Thank you, Dr. Moana. So really expanding from just school management committees and that sort of governance function to a much broader array and bringing in a lot more partnerships. It's really interesting to see where you're going, and I'm certainly going to be curious to follow how the implementation goes. Darcy, I'd like to move to you because you are well on your way on implementing a statewide family engagement policy. Could you tell us a little bit about the journey? So first, tell us a little bit about your role and sort of from the legislation, how it's crafted. It's not the norm in the U.S. And then a little bit about the journey of implementation to get things going.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. And I believe that's in about 4 minutes, right? So I'm condensing 11 years into 4 minutes. Keep that in mind. We are very unique in Colorado, where we are the only state in the United States that has a director level state legislated position at a state education agency that leads family engagement work. Nevada also has a legislated position, but it's not at the director level, which does, in my experience, make a difference to have that title with it. So my role fits under basically 3 buckets of work. The first thing I do is I coordinate with offices across the Colorado Department of Education to ensure that we are not being duplicative, but rather working together, because even though there is an office of family, school, and community partnerships, family engagement is pretty much everywhere in the department. So that's the first role. The second work bucket that I have is which is probably the bulk of my time, is to work with those 179 school districts to help provide them the tools and the capacity to then partner with schools to work with families for positive student outcomes. And then lastly, I also staff SACPI, which is the State Advisory Council for Parent Involvement in Education. So my position was legislated in 2013, and SACPI is also a legislated body that advises early childhood through university, the Department of Education, as well as other educational organizations and agencies. So that is my role in a nutshell. And the journey has been, looking back, a really exciting one. I started as an office of one for the first 8 years that I was at the Colorado Department of Education. And now, as of, stay the 4th, yes. So as of yesterday, I'm now an office of 3, which is very exciting. Right? Yes, applause, please, applause. And I'll talk a bit more about that in another question. I would say, one of the biggest lessons learned is actually one of the 6 global lessons that was discussed this morning, which is build at the speed of trust. Prior to working in Colorado, I was very fortunate to work at the Johns Hopkins University. And my former supervisor there, Dr. Joyce Epstein, gave me parting words of wisdom when I left Baltimore to move to Colorado, which was start with the readiest districts. Because I was feeling very overwhelmed as one person having to work with 179 school districts. And I really focused on building relationships with pretty much anybody who would listen to me. And it took a solid 2 years, about 2.5 years, to really build those relationships with districts so that I could then work more systematically. Because in my mind, I work very systematically, but it really did take building those trusting relationships. I would also say I've learned over the years, and my family who is watching this virtually might disagree with me, but it's very important to be patient and to also be perseverant. So it could be really discouraging and easy to give up, but you need to keep persevering, but also be patient, because not everybody is as ready along on the journey as I was and as other districts are.
Great, thanks. What were some of the, just quick follow-up there, what were some of the things you did to build those relationships? You were out there for 2.5 years. What were you doing?
2.5 years. So what was I doing? That's $1 million question, Rebecca. So I went out into the field a lot. So I didn't just sit in my office in Denver, but I got out. And really understanding the local context is critical. So of those 179 school districts in Colorado, 110 of them are small rural, which is categorized as less than 1,000 students, and about 90 of those 110 districts have less than 500 students in them. And so a very different local context, you know, if you're talking the eastern plains of Colorado or in mountain towns versus a city like Denver. So really getting out and understanding the needs in local communities was critical, I would say.
Great, thank you. Alpha, I'd like to come to you. You are on the ground at the district level implementing national policy in various forms that relate to family school community engagement. And we'd love to hear from you what you've learned about translating national policy into practice on the ground.
Yeah, for sure. I am in charge of implementing national education policies at district level. And in Sierra Leone, we do have our policies that actually relate to the management of schools. For example, in the primary and the pre-primary level, we have the school management committees, which comprise about 8 members, and there is a particular membership, which is the Community Teacher Association, that talks about the inclusion of families, community members, and teachers. And we also have the secondary level, which is the Board of Governors, that encompasses about 14 members, of which the Chief Education Officer is involved, and they also have the CTA. So most of the time we do kind of get directives from the policy makers at the top, and we do implement at district level. And for us in Port Local District, what we normally do, apart from the radical inclusion policy, which talks about the inclusion of girls who are pregnant and people with disability, and the kind of those that are living in marginalized communities. Most of our policies are kind of from our headquarters to district level, and for the school management committee, there is a requirement that we should meet at least once per term, you know, when the fund is available. But what I am doing now at Port Local is that I go through informal levels, informal organizations like the churches, the mosque, and try to take down the policies to them. For instance, the radical inclusion policy. In Sierra Leone, it's a taboo. When you are pregnant, you should not go to school. So, and this, you know, the reason why we kind of name it as the radical inclusion policy, because it goes against the normal norms, the normal culture. So we engage community members to at least disengage their mind, because as I mentioned earlier, the issue of schools is not even. And most of the times, the girls are being sacrificed not to go to school, because sometimes when it comes to making choices or decisions for girls to go to school, maybe in the urban communities, their parents might tend to kind of say, okay, because you're a girl, I don't want to, you know, you should not bring kind of embarrassment into our family, so you are going to stay back. And this is a problem. And at times when they are around, are being tampered with by those that are not having that kind of understanding about education. So that is exactly what I'm doing, to kind of relate with the informal structure, to talk to them, to bring to them exactly what government is kind of requiring of them. I tend to learn that from what we actually implemented during the Ebola. We found out that during the Ebola, every community member, including the village headmen, we are kind of having a major role to play in the prevention of Ebola. Through that, when we take those particular information to them, they own the information, they try to have that kind of ownership, community ownership, and by that, we are able to kind of reduce and eliminate Ebola in our country. So that is exactly what I'm doing, coupled with the national policies that I'm getting from headquarters.
Thank you. Again, very powerful, using the public health informal network mechanisms that we're combating this horrible Ebola epidemic to engage families. Same pathways, same network, same community, sort of frontline leaders. It strikes me that you both, in terms of both, Darcy and Alpha, you both were really out there, like really to the sort of last mile, trying to make sure that policy is understood and digested and helpful. Yes, Alpha, what did you want to say?
Yes, like I was saying, most times we are required to meet once per term when the fund is available. Like in the Sierra Leone, the government is subsidizing education. We are operating on free quality education, where we are required to receive funds from government, and some of these activities are tied down to this grant. So we also collaborate with organizations, that are implementing educational programs. One key organization is the Educate. Although they are not in all over the district, in the entire district, but we actually collaborate with them whenever we have issues that has to do with community relationship. We work as a team to ensure that we are able to promote that kind of cooperation, and this has helped us a lot because most times parents hardly cooperate, because maybe they have blink idea or they hardly see role models around their communities. So they hardly cooperate when it comes to educational matters. So we have decided to tweak a little bit, try to see that we come with the education to them. We try to see how best we can be able to disengage their mind on focusing on things that are less important, and try to see the importance of education and cooperate with us to promote education in their communities.
Thank you. Karen, last but not least, we've been hearing about sort of national policy legislation, implementation at state, district level, and now let's come to the school level. You've worked in Schools Plus with many, many school leaders across Australia. I'd be really curious your lessons learned about trying to advance better family school community collaboration with school leaders.
Thanks, Rebecca. It's very interesting to hear about the different contexts and how things work. And in Australia, we're very lucky that through our Commonwealth Department of Education, we do have national policy, but there is a gap between policy and practice. We are lucky that within our national teaching standards and our principal standards, family and community engagement is highlighted as one of our key domains and is a requirement of all educators. However, what does that look like in challenging, complex context? And that's a lot of the work that we've been doing is around understanding what the need is within each of the schools and being able to be responsive through a place-based, schools-led, context-driven response that has actually allowed us to see that family and community engagement can look very different in different contexts, but meet the need when families are a key partner. And when you actually translate policy into practice, the outcomes for our young people and our children are quite incredible. And so speaking to your point, Rebecca, what we know and what are some of the themes that we saw emerging through the work that we have been leading in partnership with our schools is that, to Darcy's point, when there is an integration of community resources, when resources are pooled and parents are partners in the conversations around how those resources are used, then practice becomes easy. When parents are partners, not just considered an outsider and a voice that sits there buzzing on our shoulder, but they're a partner in the process, outcomes for students are improved. A focus, when we go back to the original work that you spoke of this morning around beliefs in education, the alignment, belief mapping and alignment, understanding where families are coming from and where they need to be, but also that reverse of where educators are and what they think the needs of families are. When those beliefs are aligned, the practice becomes quite simple because the voices are joined in unison. And that we're able to have, when we consider all of those things, it doesn't matter the strategy that's going to meet your need as long as it's voiced by all stakeholders. And that includes the child as a stakeholder in that conversation. Then the strategies can be diverse as long as all voices are heard. When we talk about the transition from policy into practice, it is actually about being on the ground, being good listeners, understanding the needs of your community and your context, understanding the diversity of the people that you're working with in order to inform the approach that you will take. But that time on the ground, Darcy, is really, really important. That establishment of the relational trust is key for both the educators and families to start moving forward to improve outcomes for their young people. The other, mine's gone blank, of course, but in thinking about some of the other investments back into the education sector, and to your question, Rebecca, around schools, it's really important to understand that capacity building is on both sides. That opportunity for capacity building, not just as families, here we are as educators, and there are many of us sitting in the room today, but that capacity building is actually about capacity building of our educators to understand the role of families as first educators and the voice and the role that they play in that space. So capacity building is important, teaching and learning opportunities to build capacity of all stakeholders, and then highlighting family and community as a key priority.
Great, wonderful. I would like to, I have more questions for you guys, but I want the audience to be able to jump in. So we're going to move to Q&A. Please raise your hand. We'll run a mic around and state your name and what organization you're from. To kick us off, though, we had a question submitted online that was from Anastasia, and they asked, what's your recommendation for family engagement for particularly young children who are in early childhood or pre-primary, who it's a little harder to connect with? Do you have any thoughts? Anybody have any thoughts on this?
Well, of course, in Sierra Leone, the early childhood development, which is the pre-primary level education, is very, very important, and there's lots of policies around that. And looking at the family community engagement, for me, I have learned a lot about quality data collection, relationship, kind of very high esteem relationship with families, respectful relationship with families. And if you look at that level, the children in that level actually have that connection with their parents. So if they actually have the understanding on education and are able to help their children in that particular level, then we'll be able to succeed in our education. I do believe so.
Great. Dr. Mwana, I think you want to...
Yeah, that's very important, and I think we need to put it in our system, education system, because we should not expect that it should happen by itself. We should have some strategies, some kind of effort in the system itself that community engage. And in Zanzibar, what we are doing now is we are reviewing our education curriculum, teacher education curriculum, and we'll put this kind of subject to student teachers, that they can be taught how to engage family like they are taught other subjects in the college. So maybe it's not happening because teachers have not been taught in school. So it's very important, and we need to put it in education system. Thank you.
Can I just add, we've also seen an emergence of roles in Australia community liaison officers who are not educators, but are a conduit between schools and families, and especially in that transition to school space, where there is a trusted relationship being able to be built that doesn't sit within the education system, but is a conduit in and out of the education systems, both formal and informal.
Interesting, great. And I'd like to, I know there's some questions in the audience, so please raise your hands high and we'll come to you. We'll take maybe 1, 2, 3, and we can answer collectively. So one at the back here, raise your hands, keep, there's 4. Okay, no worries, we'll take them all. Go ahead, Esther, and then we'll take them as a group, and then go ahead.
Yeah, well, my name is Esther Solomon, and my question is how you ensure in policy that parents who have low levels of education and who don't understand educational jargon can really be engaged, because very often this is the main barrier to proportionate representation at policy level.
Great, thank you. And then there was a question, yes? There's 2 at the back, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you. What a wonderful discussion. Kasaga, we teach for Uganda, teach for all. In the community section, I would love to hear more, or if there was some more found on the research around the community, because there's a school which exists in the community, then there's teachers and kids and parents. So I wanted to hear more what has worked, because in Teach for Uganda, for instance, after COVID, there was a huge challenge of kids returning to school. And we found that part of the community leaders, for example, the mosque leaders, the sheikhs, would announce, and they speak the language of the community. So if the imam announces that the kids are going back to school, then we would see kids coming back to school or parents bringing back to school. The same with the churches. The churches were helping a lot, so most of our teachers went to the... So I would love to hear, there's community, but I wasn't understanding who is community, so that would be helpful if you found something on that.
Thank you. Go ahead, another question.
Yeah, thank you, Leon Peace. I'm coming from the Montgomery County school area, and my question is, what recommendations you might have for family engagement when the family in our Montgomery County schools, we have a number of new arrivals. What recommendations you would have to engage the family where the family might not be familiar with the concept of education, and there may be several generations. So in other words, the child has no idea why they are in that classroom, in that building, and they appear to suspect that it's some sort of minimum security correctional facility rather than a school. Any suggestions you might have for us to reach out and inform those families?
Thank you. And if it's, yeah, that's a worrisome state if schools are set up to be perceived as juvenile justice places. Okay, go ahead, please.
Andrew Sachs, Nobel Learning, where youth trade live learning and leadership instead of likes. We're in 144 countries, and I'm going to add on to his comment. I think one of the things that I see across the whole globe is that everyone's woken up that what they're learning may not be relevant, and it's sort of a low tide for education, right? Everyone's seen that's in the living room, right? And have we really looked at what we're teaching kids, and can we teach kids material that's more relevant that would get them to show up in school rather than trying to convince them to show up in school?
Okay. Have you guys been taking notes? So not everybody has to answer all the questions. So we have a question, just to recap, on jargon and accessibility, especially translation from policy into practice and outreach. We have a question around who is in the community and what strategies are seen to work. We have a question really around kids who are not socialized to formal education, and it could be that they're new arrivals in the US was the example, but it could be other contexts. How do you really work with families on that? And then another big question around the relevance of education. What if parents don't think education is relevant? What do you do then? Who would like to take what? Alpha's, which one are you going to take?
I thought I wanted to throw light on all of.
All of them? Okay, wait. We'll leave you for the end then. You can sum up the whole thing. Go ahead. Which question do you want?
I'm going to the one about parents accessing policy.
Okay.
Because we are very lucky. I spoke earlier about the fact that we have 3 sectors in education in Australia, but within those sectors we have both state-based and federally based associations that are the parent voice. And so from a state-based, we have an opportunity for those parent associations to inform and gather from a school level. So each school has its own parent body, which then informs the state-based parent body under each sector, and then that state-based informs the national. And I'm lucky enough to wear a number of hats. I also sit as a director on the National Australian Parents Council, so bring both the education voice and also the family voice. But when we talk about being able to shift the information both up and down, those national peak bodies have a seat at the table with government. And so we have the opportunity to take from each of those different sectors of the education system to have it informed truly by the voice of parents, including those in special education or with disabilities. There is also a peak body that sits there. And then all of those peak bodies...
Peak body being the parent organization.
Peak, not pig. Peak. The peak bodies are the parent organisations. Yes, thank you, Rebecca. And but we are then invited to meet with the Minister of Education. We are able to review policy. We have a voice in the National Schools Reform Agreements, and then we also have an influence in curriculum. So through that channel, we have an opportunity to take a collective voice and a very strong advocacy voice through to policy, and then also to bring it back down to the coalface.
Great, thank you. Dr. Mono, which question did you want to answer?
That's the one that asks about which is the community. When we're talking about community, when we talk about community engagement in school, we have a child, a student, teachers, and parents. That is formal. They meet every day. These people meet every day. But in large, everyone is a community. Even if you are riding a bicycle, you are riding a car, children are using them to go to school, you are in the street, you are policemen, and all of these people are parents. They have their kids to school. So when we are talking about community, we are talking about these 3 agents, but the whole community, everyone who is living in that society is a part of community and need to be engaged in education system. Because as I have said, these children, when they leave from home and going to school, they are passing in the streets. So if every people there are not responsible, they think that they are responsible for that child, he may not reach to school and he may not go back to home. So everyone is a community and need to understand, has a role in education system. Thank you.
Wonderful.
I have a brief thought that sort of piggybacks on what Karen was saying, that addresses both the policy question as well as community and the newcomer question, because we have a very large newcomer population in Colorado as well. And so in Colorado, we have what's called school and district accountability committees. So they are teams at every school and in every district where parents are the majority of the people on the team. It is chaired legislatively by a parent or co-chaired by a parent. And it says in that legislation that the parents on the committees need to represent the significantly represented populations of students. And when you dig a little bit deeper into different legislation, you find that that number is about 10%. So it tries to ensure that parents are representing all of the different voices in the school. But something that is the biggest challenge that I've seen is that parents often don't know what expertise they bring to the table. Because even though the parent is supposed to be a chair, it's still often run by the principal or by the superintendent. And so something that I encourage districts to do is to really look at the content expertise that staff bring to the table, because there are also representatives on the committee, but families bring the context expertise. So regardless of what country you were born in, what language you speak, every family has that context expertise. And in the United States, there's been a body of research that shows that students spend anywhere between 70 and 80% of their waking hours outside of school over the course of the year. So when you think about it, the staff who are on these committees have about 20 to 30% of that content expertise, while families bring 70 to 80% of the context expertise of their children's waking hours outside of school. So I think that's critical to help people understand, and it's how we're trying to make family engagement through policy more accessible in Colorado.
Thank you. Okay, Alpha, you're up.
Thank you
got
so
all the questions.
Well, I'm just giving my own experience from Sierra Leone. Actually, the way we are going about this family community engagement, as I mentioned earlier, is in the various bodies of the schools. We have the Community Teacher Association that comprises of the parents, the school, and the teachers. Yeah, and in those associations, they select their representative to be part of the decision makings in the school. And although we do not have the finance to like upkeep the paramount chiefs who are the custodians, you know, in the various districts in terms of like chiefdoms, about 3 years ago, the government distributed tablets to every paramount chief because they use the Ebola model, because these paramount chiefs were very pivotal in supporting government to curb the Ebola scourge. So they use that methodology to give tablets, you know, phones to each and every paramount chief, you know, to help us in the monitoring of schools. When they go, they have the software in the tablet. Issues that has to do with community and teachers and pupils attendance, they will report and it will go directly to the ministry. And by that, they are also supporting. And in the area of language, what language actually are we using to transmit information to the parent? In Sierra Leone, we have 4 regional languages that are predominantly spoken in 4 regions. And these are, in fact, according to in our 2010 educational policy, it is mandatory that we use those languages to teach the lower primary schools. So those are the languages that we use to transmit information. Again, with what Educate is doing, we hardly go and institute or like bring to them exactly what government is saying. We use various methods. I have been part of the team that normally go. In fact, we go up to providing a visual aids to parents, those that cannot understand better. We can draw, look at things that they like, things that they do not like. We start the conversation through that. So actually we are trying, although it is at a very small scale, but I do believe the results are very, very much positive, and I want to believe if we can have more support, I do believe we'll be able to have this thing, you know, popularized in maybe the rest of the country.
Thank you so much. I have a question of my own, and I wanted actually to pose it to you, Darcy, because Karen talked about how teachers in Australia are regularly trained on family school community engagement strategies. It's part and parcel of the teacher preparation pre-service, right, Karen? And I know with NAFSCI, you are leading this. We were just talking about it earlier today with the NAFSCI team, leading or involved in a lot of work in the U.S. Can you tell us a little bit what that work is?
Absolutely. So first of all, thank you to NAFSCI, the National Association for Family, School, and Community Engagement. We have 2 representatives in the room. So preparing educators, pre-service teachers to learn how to partner with families is something near and dear to my heart. I started my career as a first grade teacher, and I was not prepared in the slightest to partner with families, and it turned out to be what I enjoyed most actually about my role as a first grade teacher. And so something that we're embarking on in Colorado is to really help better prepare pre-service teachers as well as in-service teachers around having the skill sets and the dispositions and mindsets to be able to partner with families. And it takes a lot of practice and intentionality. And so we just finished a project with the support of a grant from NAFSCI, where we, my colleagues and I at the Department of Education worked with the Department of Higher Education to really elevate the teacher and the parent voice in how pre-service teachers should be prepared to partner with families. So we created 2 sets of surveys that institutes of higher education can use to ask current classroom teachers and family members how they wished that pre-service teachers were trained to work with families. And so that is our next step in Colorado. And it's, if it's not available online now, it will be very soon. And it's free access to anybody who's interested in using that.
Great, thanks. We have 30 seconds. Dr. Mwana, do you want to leave us with any final comments or reflections from Zanzibar?
Okay, thank you. To me, it's very important to be here in this conference, and in our education system, I see that there are a lot of things that we need to work, especially the issues of trust between academicians, teachers, and parents. This is the thing that we need to work, and it will impact our education system. That's all. Thank you.
Wonderful. Perfect conclusion. Thank you. So please warmly thank our panelists. You guys can go ahead. Thank you so much. I am going to invite up my colleague Nadim Mehta, who I've met, I don't know, Nadim, was it 15 to more years ago? 20 years, I was going to say 20 and then I didn't think that was right, but who I met 20 years ago. Nadim is the co-founder of NAFTA. He's part of this organization in Lebanon and part of our Family Engagement and Education Network. He's an old friend, and we're very pleased to have him here. I met him, it was 20 years ago, I met him from someone at the World Bank who was running education at the time who said, you really need to meet Nadim. He just delivered textbooks across an unnamed, I won't say it, African country for 1/3 of the cost of our World Bank project and in 1/4 of the time. And I said, well, how did he do that when you guys with all the money aren't able to deliver? And he said, well, he has this really interested collective social impact methodology, and it starts with a 100-day challenge, which he has been doing in 30 countries around the world across many topics. And we are it's taken hold in our Family Engagement and Education Network, and we are going to do some here. So over to you, Nadim.
Thank you, Rebecca. I want to go back a little bit, maybe to the beginning. Rebecca, I want to thank you for inviting me to talk about the 100-day challenges in NAFTA in particular. But really, the bigger thanks, Rebecca, is the impact that a conversation you and I had in 2021 had on not just the education sector in Lebanon, but I think the country. And so Rebecca earlier mentioned that in 2021, the center developed the playbook for family engagement. And at the time, and still, we have an institutional and financial meltdown in Lebanon. A group of us, private citizens, decided to do something about it, and we began to conceive of this idea. And then I had either the luck or maybe divine intervention to call Rebecca and tell her, we're trying to do this, but we know nothing about education. And she said, we just developed this playbook, and it's about engaging families and community in the schools. And we connected the dots, and actually this has been a game changer for the work that we've been trying to do in Lebanon. Basically, the communities are the only assets left for the schools, to both survive and transform. And the schools we started to work with, and now they've grown into 50 schools and growing, have transformed. And they're beginning to transform their communities, which is sort of beginning to give back. And so actually it's putting hope back in a country that has lost all hope. So thank you, Rebecca, for that. But I'm not here to talk about NAFTA in general, but simply the 100-day challenge method that we introduced as part of a mix of things to energize this movement of schools. And I'm going to share with you some examples of these goals of 100-day challenges that were set by NAFTA schools. And then we're going to use that to invite you each to think about your own version of a 100-day challenge in your own patch. And then we'll talk a little bit about the process. Typically, I spend a day or so engaging in this conversation, but Emily and Risha told me you have 10 to 15 minutes max, so we'll see how that goes. So some examples. Here's a public school. So the goal that typically 100-day challenges are projects. Projects have teams, have goals, but particular goals, particular process, we'll talk about that. So within 100 days, 30 students in grade 10 and 3 teachers will build their skills in leadership, entrepreneurship, and web design using, etc., WordPress, Python. And importantly, they will design and sell 4 websites to commercial enterprises in the Alay region. So there's always this notion of what's the real outcome of this from the perspective of the schools and the community. Another example, this is a lower school, actually, an Islamic school, Maqasid in Beirut. They wanted 80% of fifth grade students showing 30% progress from an average of 13 over 20, et cetera, in science. They're going to do this based off analysis of the academic results, and they're going to do it implementing inquiry-based learning. Again, this is more of an impact on the learning outcome, whereas the other one was impact on the actual use of the learning. And third example I'm going to share with you actually is at a policy level, and this is work in progress. We don't know if it's going to work or not. This is a team comprised of university professors, some think tank people, 2 principals of NAFTA, and a couple of young folks from NAFTA. And the goal they set for themselves, and they're about 30 days into it, within 100 days, a policy will be endorsed by the Ministry of Education, the Center for Education Research and Development, and main private educational institutions, because in Lebanon, there's not just the government, but there is the Catholic entities, there's the Maqasid entities, etc. To have a STEM session, there's 0 STEM education in public schools in particular now, in the schedule and curriculum for Cycle 4, and this will be implemented so at least 20,000 students are exposed to 21st century skills and to NAFTA values. We're not going to get into the NAFTA values. Full disclosure, I called Fahad, who is leading this team, this morning, and I said this 20,000 is a little bit over the top. It's like getting a policy in place, in 100 days is insane. And so he explained to me that the intent is that it would impact 20,000 students, but in the 100 days, they're going to pilot it on 1,000 students even before the policy is implemented. So I said, okay, I'll accept that as a variation, and I'll mention it to the group here. So again, you'll see some common elements here, and we like to think of the common elements of the goal in terms of not just SMART, but SMURF. And let me explain. So the S in SMURF is strategic. So here an example of what I mean by that is the 2 goals that you saw in the first 2 schools didn't emerge out of the ether. They emerged actually out of the family engagement process that was done by each school. The themes were determined then, and then the school took that theme and turned it into a goal to demonstrate what's possible. Measurable is easy, unreasonable, not reasonable, deliberately unreasonable. The aim is not like, okay, if they don't achieve it, it's not a failure. It's just a question of if it's set at an unreasonable level, it's going to push everybody to try new things and to innovate. So half of the gain is in the impact and half of it is in the learning. And then the R for results-oriented is really important. This is where you saw in the Alay school, it went beyond learning into selling websites. Now, again, they ended up selling 2 websites, right? But then they continued. I was actually visiting 2 weeks ago, and I asked them, like, did you sell more than 2? And one of them said, I've already sold 7 websites in the community. 1 kid in the school. Anyway, so think of this as you consider the invitation to set your own 100-day challenge goal, but think of it as to open your mind a little bit. We'll talk about some of the enabling factors and consider that these enabling factors exist as you think about your own 100-day challenge goal. How am I doing on time, Emily? Good? Oh, Natasha, I'm good? Okay. So I have one more slide and then we'll turn it over to you. So there's a lot of work that typically happens around these projects or 100-day challenges. I'm going to share some of the elements that I think may be relevant. So think that the leaders at whatever system you're in, providing that sense of urgency, we want to do something in 100 days, but also being totally supportive. Now, you may be these leaders, or you may need to recruit leaders to provide that umbrella of support and permission, if you will. So assume that's available. Part of the supportiveness is that they're fully empowering the team, 10, 12 people who need to be surrounding this particular theme or goal and saying, we want to do something about it. But importantly, they, as a team, need to lock into that goal. And that might take a day. They're going to keep arguing until they lock into that SMURF goal. That's unreasonable, but because they came up with it, they'll be committed to it. Okay, so that's the idea. Think that this team, within the team, as well as in the organizations around it, power is equalized. They have full autonomy. They have self-governance. They elect their own team leadership. Nobody tells them who's leading, etc. And we're going to have this with whoever would like to participate in real time after today. There's going to be peers around you offering support. And at the same time, in each team, you need to have a mechanism for disciplined follow-up. Again, we're not going to get into the details at this stage. So assume these conditions are in place and consider what you might individually visualize as a 100-day goal of something that you're really interested in doing related to what you've heard this morning. So you're going to get cards distributed to each of you, and the assignment for the next 15, 20 minutes at each table. 5 minutes for steps 1, 2, and 3, particularly step 2. So the steps 1, 2 to 3, think of a topic you really want to advance related to family engagement in the system that you're in. You want to create an impact on that. Now, translate that thought into a goal similar to the Smurfy goals we described earlier, okay? Write it down on the card and maybe link it up to something you've heard this morning, one of the strategies, one of the tactics, one of the ideas, but focus on number 2. That's the first 5 minutes, individually in silence, and then share some of these, if you've come up with any, with your colleagues, and then we'll maybe hear from a few of the tables, and then talk about what might be next. Am I good on time? All right. So, are there burning questions, or can I turn it over to the tables and the cards? Any burning questions on the assignment? Going once? All right. So the first 5 minutes, individually, take your card, fill in what you can, and then I'll ring the bell and we'll go around at each table. So this is the silent part. Think and write on the card, and then we'll talk. And when it comes to the Menti, you're going to run the Menti, right?
So they just have to scan the QR code and it'll appear on the slide itself. It's already integrated into the PowerPoint. So you just have to tell them to...
I might ask for your help anyway.
Yeah, great. I'll be here.
You do have 3 more minutes in silence if you need it. 2.5 minutes, actually. There are some overachievers who are done, but we'll give the others a couple of minutes. It's okay, leave it here. Yeah. One more minute. Minutes in silence is a long, long time. Huh? All right. So listen. What I would love to have you do now is, at each table, share with each other wherever you arrive, particularly on number 2 that we talked about, the goal it says, and maybe probe a little bit with each other, give feedback to each other around that. I think we'll take 10 minutes for that. And I'd like the person at the table sitting closest to the podium to kind of run the conversation to make sure everybody gets a chance to say a few words. But those excited about their goal might share it with others, and then maybe we'll hear from some of you, not all of you. Fair enough? So over to you. Now, you can talk now.
We got to put it in the center. Take that on.
Which one?
Scooch that chair.
And the goal was to create a position of early years
So we're thinking about work on attendance, engagement. We're also working with the communication division and also the health integrity work. So this is something that we can share. In school to learn academics. If I have a tablet, why can't I just do my math problems here? It's more the relational and what are all of the other things that are non-academic in each of the 7 regions
So another 5 minutes, and then we'll bring the groups together. Okay, one more minute, one more minute.
What time is it? 7 and like when we start. So I wouldn't go. I don't
Okay, can we bring the room back together for a few minutes? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. We have about 10 minutes to hear from, are we together? The table at the very end there, are you with me? Thank you, thank you. Listen, we have 10 minutes. We'll maybe take, not every table, but whichever table would like to share either a goal that the person has developed or a goal that he or she heard from others at the table. Just share that with us just to get a sense of what's emerging in the room. And let's start with the noisy table at the very end there in the corner. Anybody would like to volunteer a goal that they developed or that they heard somebody developed? Please. You want to put the mic next to you so we can hear you? All right, then so they can hear over you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Gosh, echo. So we had a whole argument about whether we should do something that we could potentially maybe accomplish in 100 days, or we should just be utterly unreasonable.
Actually unreasonable or?
Totally unreasonable.
Totally?
Yes.
So you want to do it in one day?
So what is accomplishable in 100 days was to talk to parents about things like curriculum. What is going to make you want to send your child to school? Because clearly in some places, they're not being sent back to school after COVID. So that was the potentially accomplishable in 100 days. Unaccomplishable was to get the message to every parent that they are their child's first and best teacher in the early years, and that they are the best person to accomplish that. There is no other one else who can do it better than them. And there was a third one, which was...
Should we? By the way, just a quick commentary. Maybe let's not call it unaccomplishable. Let's call it unreasonable. It may be accomplishable if it's believable. But thank you for that. Yes, we have another one up here, please. And by the way, we're going to capture all the goals and share them, but let's hear some of them now. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. The political challenge has not been discussed where every challenge has been discussed today.
Yeah.
And that is really important because as I first asked that question and it was not really answered the way I would have really appreciated. I still appreciate whatever you answered.
We understand.
But there is a big political challenge in at least Global South, in all these countries where there is almost authoritarian setup.
Yep.
So you are talking about these ideals and how are they achievable if you are not discussing the local leaders, local governments, local political challenges.
So what is the goal? What is the 100-day goal?
The 100-day goal is that invite those people who live there, get a translator and hear their voices, not in English, in their own language, and then nail down the problem, and then make a team and bring few students here and make an exchange program, and then you can maybe nail down at least the problem, and then train people and do whatever, and 100 days plus 100 days and 100 days goes on. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Other tables, maybe you want to volunteer? Yes, please, the table in front, and maybe we'll go to that corner afterwards, but yes.
Hi, I would like the guy from Montgomery County to come. He left. Maybe he went to the restroom.
Okay, well,
because that's, it's a suggestion for his question.
Okay.
My name is Virginia from University of Maryland. So, oh, good.
We were going to get you from the bathroom, so please join us.
It's a suggestion from a former PTA mom.
Yes, go ahead.
So for the question, you talked about what we do with these families that come with no language skills, thinking that schools are prisons and stuff. So I think in 100 years, we can...
100 days.
Oh.
Sorry. Freudian slip there.
Maybe that's the World Bank thing, right? It's coming to 80 years. They haven't accomplished what they want. So, okay, here we go. So in 100 days, we could create a parent ambassador for each culture and language in the school. It is should be families, moms or dads that are from the same country or speak the same language or have been through the same hardship. And after 100 years, every immigrant...
That's right, we understand what you mean.
After 100 days, every immigrant family will feel welcome in the school and will themselves become an ambassador after 200 days.
Yes.
All right.
It's hard to say.
Did you like the suggestion? Yeah, it worked in our school. It was wonderful in South Florida.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much for this. And I love the fact that you connected it to that challenge. I mean, so you really went a full circle. Anybody else would like to share maybe a table at that and there, you know, yes, here, this corner. Okay? Yes, please, go ahead.
We were just talking about, I know that other places have similar issues with attendance. We have, on average, something like 50% attendance across the country. So we've said to normalize to normalize targeting 100% attendance, because it's not even a target, it's not even a thing, by getting not only this, and that's of school leaders, teachers, and students, that we would target 100% attendance, getting MPs, chiefs, police, every last whoever out into the last communities, as Alpha was talking about. The Ministry of Education do not have the manpower, the boots on the ground in every last community, but the Ministry of Local Government does, and to get them to engage with families, to listen to them as to why they're not sending their kids, and to co-create solutions out of that, so that we do have everybody targeting 100% attendance.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And the solution, I love
please, yes.
building at the speed of trust. Just really, really key thought to underpin whatever else.
Totally. Can I make a suggested adjustment to the goal, which is, it's great that you're normalizing a target of 100% at the local level, but maybe, just like we did with the policy one, maybe in 2 districts, we actually see for 30 days a spike in attendance, maybe not necessarily 100%, but close to that. That way, it's not just an intention, but an actual impact. That would be if I were helping you with that, I would be pushing towards that. But remember, this is you speculating about what the goal is. What's really important here is that you pull the people together who need to own this and let them come to a similar conclusion, which may be slightly different. Fair enough?
Thank you.
Sure. So one more, maybe this table here was was talking quite a bit. I don't know if they were talking about this or something else.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Ibrahim, I come from Uganda. So the 100-day goal that we zeroed down to is around the creation of awareness in terms of the policies and the guidelines, especially those guidelines around community and family engagement in education. So we think that it's something that we can try to achieve within 100 days and begin with a target of at least 3 districts in an area of interest.
So the goal is to build awareness.
Yes, to create awareness around the policies and guidelines. Yeah.
That's amazing to do, and again, I would urge you to push one step beyond that and say, once the awareness happens, what's that going to impact? Is it going to impact attendance? Is it going to impact the quality? So if you can, even in a smaller subset of the universe, translate that broad awareness into the impact that you're trying to, that would be amazing if you can go that far.
All right.
That's the results-oriented bit of the Smurf, if you will call this Smurf.
Yep, thank you.
Cool, thank you for that. Anybody else would like to share? Yes, one more.
Okay, so we all have watched films and we know the power of film. Really quick, the topic was stories. And I said telling the story of what's going on in the classroom, because parents are always wondering, and also using the students as storytellers. So this will build that relational trust between the parents and the families, and using the students and building curriculum around that.
Great, thank you very much. And speaking of relational trust, one of the things that I've experienced, and many of my colleagues say the same, is that when a group of people get together and they commit themselves to an unreasonable goal, even if they don't achieve it, the mere fact that they are in the trenches together for 100 days really opens up the trust relationships widely. So the question of how do we get to relational trust, sometimes it's not just through conversation, it's actually through a commitment to something that everybody feels excited about achieving, even if it's not achieved. So maybe one thing to keep in mind. Let me suggest the following. So in your card, those that would like to be part of a collective pushing along these ideas, there is a QR code. And if I understand it correctly, if you hover your phone over the QR code, it'll open something, and maybe somebody can help me here, where where if you take a picture of your card, you can upload it on that thing that opens up when the QR code is pictured, and then we can share these goals with each other, and then we'll talk in a minute about what happens next. Please correct me, Rachel.
So step 1, take a picture of the postcard. Step 2, scan the QR code. It opens a Google Photos album, and it'll allow you to upload the photo you've just taken so we can share it with everybody else.
If you're comfortable doing that, and is everybody's name on that?
Yes, because...
Oh, the name is on it. Cool. Great. So let's do that, and let's talk about what could happen next if you choose to try and push this idea forward. So normally, I'm going to skip here. Normally, there's a journey to the 100-day challenge that starts before day 1 of the 100 days. There is the idea begins to germinate. Leaders get together. They decide what the focus is. You kind of did that in microcosm here on your own, in your own head. But ideally, it'd be a group of leaders that decide what the focus is, and then say, who is the team that's going to work on this that actually knows something about it, which typically is not the leaders. It's people closer to where the work is, right? So I'm assuming if you want to proceed with this, you might be a leader and you might pull together the right team to start the day 1 of this journey, okay? And if you're part of the team, you might just recruit leaders to give you a bit of that umbrella of both urgency and support. Let's assume day 1 is June 18, in 2 weeks. That's a bit of a stretch. So what we're going to do is we're going to have an office hour call, and this is sort of my... this is the gift back to the Center for Universal Education. If I can help any of you push this forward, given that they helped potentially save my country, I'm very happy to do that. And I'll do more than what's in here. But we'll have a session on June 18 in case folks that are kind of struggling to get off the ground have questions. I'll be there with the rest of the team on a Zoom call, open to any questions you have. We'll typically at the halfway mark, we do like a refueling session to keep the energy going. So we'll actually have a session on July 23rd where all of you who might have attempted to proceed in that direction, would share with each other where you are, what difficulties you're engaging in, etc. And we'll actually have our sustainability Zoom call, not a workshop, around September 3rd to see where things, I don't think we locked that date in, but that's okay. On or around September 3rd, we'll have a session. Again, those who'd like to participate. Now, the point is, even if you don't assemble a team, even if you assemble a team that doesn't go forward, there may be a lot of learning that emerges out of that. So whoever participates, I think the team is saying we could invite them into creating together a collective blog that can get published by Brookings on like the trials and tribulations of doing the unreasonable coming out of the family engagement workshop. And it could be some achievements, but more importantly, the insights that may have emerged. Fair enough? As far as next steps. But again, we're doing sort of the Cliff Notes version of the 100-day challenge process, but let's see where it leads us. And to end this, I think we have you all have done Zoom, sorry, not Zoom, what's it called? Menti. So where is that QR code for the Menti? There we go. Okay, there's technical difficulties. Do we have a... Okay. The idea was, if you go to menti.com, why don't we...
it wants me to log in.
Oh.
Okay, I'm going to do this without everybody watching me.
You sure?
Hopefully.
Okay. So you're going to go to your phone. Well, first take a minute, as some of you are doing, and do that picture and the QR code on your card. That's step number 1. If you haven't done it, please do it. While Risha is solving the technical issue. How are we doing?
PowerPoint is not responding to me.
All right. You know what? It was a nice idea, but we're not going to do it. So we'll leave it till next time. Rebecca, I'm going to invite you to take over. Thank you, guys.
Oh, well.
Thank you so much, Nadim. Another round of applause for the energy. At the end of a workshop, that's who you want. No one's falling asleep when Nadim is moderating. And also thank you for your generosity too. I'm be super curious what you've come up with, and looking forward to seeing with Nadim's office hours what over the course of the next 100 days what people are learning and coming up with. It's been a wonderful day. Thank you all for sticking with us and for all the rich conversations. For us, it's very fitting to end the day centering parents' voices, which is what we're going to do. We're moving forward, working a lot to center parents' voices and young people's voices. So next workshop, we'll have students joining us here on stage. And please do stay in touch with us. If you have ideas, if you want to pilot the relational trust scale, if you want to use some of the tools, if you're interested in our upcoming work around translating research for supporting parents learning at home, etc., please, as a reminder, email us. You can email us individually, but you can also email our team's email account at fscengagement@brookings.edu, fscengagement@brookings.edu. So again, thank you everyone for the day. And now for final closing thoughts, I'm very, very pleased to hand it over in a minute to two speakers who represent parents and have dedicated much of their career to supporting parents and family, school, and community engagement. Welcome, Adelaida. Adelaida Gomez Veragera is a regional coordinator at Red Papas, which is a national parent network in Colombia. It's a organization that's a grassroots organization of caregivers. They are large and strong and are focused on supporting children's rights throughout the country. So thank you for being here with us. And we're looking forward to hearing you as yourself, a parent, but also representing parents in Colombia through your network. Also very, very pleased to welcome Yoli Flores, who is the president and CEO of Families in Schools, which is a nonprofit statewide organization based in Los Angeles, California, with a mission to elevate and support families as essential partners to educate their children. Yoli has had many long years working nationally on family school parent engagement with A Parent Nation, Campaign for Grade Level Reading, and many others. She's also twice won Social Worker of the Year, so she's done her time in schools with kids, with families, which counts for a lot in this field. And we're very, very pleased to have you. So I asked both of them to just close us off with to respond to a couple of questions, and Adelaida will have you go first. And the questions I had for them were to really share their perspectives about why partnering with families is important and why it's important for kids' education in particular. The second question I had was really around what advice you would give families to become strong partners with educators in schools. What would you tell all of us who are ourselves parents and caregivers? And then, of course, my favorite question, if you were queen of the world for a day and you had a magic wand, what would be your wish on how to help build stronger partnerships with families, communities, and schools? Adelaida, over to you.
Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you, Rebecca, for this invitation. For us in Red Papas, it's an honor to be here, and personally for me too. So I wrote the answer for this question, so I speak a lot so I can manage my time. So, in educational communities, among parents, teachers, public sector, addressing the challenge of a social-emotional development in children and adolescents is crucial for all of us. Tackling those disorders resulting from the difficulties of the social-emotional sector,
we require a multi-sectoral effort, as we all saw all today, to positively influence the aspects of our children's lives. Proper socio-emotional development is essential to prevent risk behavior like mental health and other important issues. To address the issues stemming from the poor socio-emotional development is necessary to promote strategies, but these strategies must foster the overall well-being of our children and adolescents. If we were looking for an adequate development of our kids, the best path is family, school, community engagement. That is the path we all have to take. The close relationship between families and school is a guarantee not only of academic results, that we all want wonderful academic results in our children, but it will mark the social-emotional development of our children, and it will mark their lives. So we have to go that pathway. Imagine a world where the families, the schools, and actually are working together for the children. Not with the children, for the children, but with the families, where they are the center of all of our actions. That our primary concern is working together to help them achieve their maximal potential. We need to listen to our children. We're not listening. We need to listen to our families. We also that we need to support the families. All the investigations we have done, all the work we have done today and the past days, mark that the families need to be part of this group. We need to bring them to school. They need to learn how to transform family engagement into family commitment. We need to go a path forward. The strategy for creating family school community engagement needs to be tailored to each context. We are different communities, but we need to make sure that we hear what the community needs. Analyze the families, their needs, and their perceptions. We need to see how they perceive the world and how they perceive the others. A family learning environment partnership should be built, customized to each institution, where there is a real space for family participation. This will help provide parents with tools necessary for ownership and behavior change. These tools must include evaluation process that allows continue working and continue improvement in the way that all society will grow, having our children in the center and working with our children and for our children. So we come, the other question that's share the perspective to our personal and adult and parenting families. Who comes to school meetings? The same parents always come, the same one. How many times we as parents have asked our kids the wrong question? How was your day today? And our kid answers, good. Do you have homework? No. Check. So parenting, checking, no. The families that come to the meetings are the ones that can make it. The ones that have the time or the resources. We must take time to see what are those families that are not coming, why are they not coming, and bring them. We need to get to those families that are not really coming, because they need to be supported from all the actors, teachers, other parents, principals, and government. During the focus groups that we did in our research with Brookings, we learned that families want to be part of their children's life, but they don't know how to. We have to teach them how to do it. But we have to teach teachers how to bring parents also. We need to come together as a society and give elements to teachers and to parents in order to work as a team, but not any team. We want the winning team. The formula for the winning team is very simple. Listening, supporting, working together, and knowing your team members. We need to know our families. Families need to know our schools, and we all need to know our children and their necessities. The key element of it is communication. We need to strongly work in the communication for parents, teachers, and children. Teach in your schools, family, school, community engagement. It must be like a homework for all of us. And my advice for parents to be involved in the life of your kids in your daily basis. Not just ask those questions. Really, go to the football, to the soccer games, to practice, to painting, to dancing classes. I don't know, be part of your daily life. Work with your emotional intelligence. So your kids have emotional intelligence also. And be team with your school. Don't be afraid to go to the school. Ask questions. Don't be afraid for asking questions. My advice to teachers, get to know the family of your students. Actually know them, what struggles them, support them. Listen to your families. Create important spaces of participation. Out of the academic, we're focusing on the academic, focus on the social-emotional. And my advice to principals, stakeholders, I hope we have stakeholders here, and government, invest money and time in family, school, community engagement. We need resources to work with families so that we can overcome all the barriers we saw today. In Colombia, we actually have a new law of school partnerships called Family School Partnership. It's brand new. We as Red Papas have the know-how, but we need the resources to make it happen, to make it a reality that sticks together in the community. And if I was queen of the world and I have a magic wand, I'm going to read this very closely because I hope that my dreams come true. I believe we need to start supporting parents, caregivers, and guardians from the early childhood. Early childhood care centers and schools around the world should provide support and participation opportunities so that families feel like protagonists in the upbringing and education of their children and adolescents. I will ask the most important leaders of each of our countries to address their nation by first speaking to children, then to their parents and caregivers, then to educators, and finally to the other citizens. This will help all of us understand that the world we dream of can only be built through nurturing and education, and it is everyone's responsibility to ensure that it happens in a healthy, safe, and educated manner. We need family, school, community engagement in our daily basis. So my dream is that all the work that we do together here comes in a reality that sticks to the world. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Adelaida. Yoli, over to you.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to be with you all. I'm going to share with you my perspective primarily from my work in Los Angeles as I share my hopes and dreams and my magic wand, but also as I share with you my personal story of why I come to this work and what has led me to the work that we're doing in Los Angeles. And in between, I will share my advice to parents. So I am like many of the children in this country. I'm a product of immigrant parents with only a 3rd and 6th grade education from a little tiny rural village in northern Mexico. My dad never learned to read. My mom did learn to read, despite the fact that she only had a 6th grade education. And one of the first experiences of my parents coming to this country without knowing the language, without knowing any system, was actually navigating the healthcare system for me. And what was happening for me was that I couldn't breathe as a 5-month-old child. And the doctor gave me a tracheotomy. And I went home, and my mom had to manage how to care for me as an infant. And 3 weeks later, she took me back to the doctor and said to the doctor, "My child does not need a tracheotomy." And there was conversation between the doctor and my mom. And in this case, the doctor honored what my mother knew about me. Context. Nobody knew me more than my mother knew me. And whatever her instincts were right. And I went home without a trach. And I grew up my whole life really honoring my mother's instincts and what she knew about me. But her experience with me in schools was very different. Schools didn't honor what she knew. In fact, most schools didn't want to talk to my mother. Most schools ridiculed my mother for how she dressed and that she didn't speak English. And yet every single day at home, my mom did all of what we know of family engagement to be. Fast forward, I was the first in my family to graduate from college, from high school and go on to college. And I dedicate this work because nobody knows their children better than their parents. Nobody loves their children more than their parents. And until we can begin to switch our mindsets as educators and as an education system from one that thinks they know best for families, and it's generally for families that are low income, don't speak the language, don't have the same color of the skin as they do. So let's be clear about most of the families that we're talking about when we talk about them in this country anyway. But it's that important mind shift that is essential to beginning to develop that relational trust that we talk about. Fast forward, I want to now sort of jump to how things are getting better. I was an elected member of the school board in Los Angeles, and one of the most important pieces of my work was to pass a resolution called Parents as Equal Partners in the Education of Their Children. That would have laid the foundation for the second largest school district in the country to do things very differently for families. And my battle was the word equal, parents as equal partners. And the pushback that I got for take out that word, because parents shouldn't be equal partners was what I was getting. Parents don't know as much as teachers, don't know as much as educators, and so it was inappropriate for me to have that language. Being the stubborn person that I am, I didn't take it out, and we have now this policy at LA Unified. Almost 20 years later, I'm now back in my community in Los Angeles, working with the school district, who now has a parent center at every single school, and touts the family academies, which are phenomenal because it's bringing parents together in a welcoming way for many schools, but not yet for all schools. And the missing piece has been the relational trust. So I want to have you resist the temptation to think that family engagement is yet another workshop. It is not just another workshop. It is an important piece. Knowledge is power. Parents want information. But if you don't have that relational trust, you don't really have the impact that you want to make. In this last few weeks, we have been rolling out a series of community sessions around early literacy in Los Angeles. And it is through this partnership with an outside community organization and the school district that is helping to model what that looks like. And what I want to underscore is that sometimes we have to take it upon ourselves to actually model for our school system what authentic community, family and community engagement looks like. What could it look like? Earlier we discussed that in many cases, school districts, educators, they want to do the right thing, they just don't know what to do. And so we have been bringing families together throughout the district around one particular key area of student success, and that's reading at grade level by third grade, which, as you all know, is a national, maybe international crisis. And for the first time, parents are having conversation about what they think about literacy, about their solution to the problem in a way that is fully engaging and honors for the first time the wisdom and the knowledge that families already have. But we have tended to think that they don't. So instead, we blame and we judge rather than honoring the wisdom that is in every single family member. And our partners now at the school district are just blown away because they're there every time we have a community session and just keep shaking their heads like, how did you do this? How did you get so many parents here to be so engaged, so involved, having solutions? And the response is, and this is the advice that I have for parents, just create the space, one that honors who they are, and that space in their language, in a way that's culturally relevant, in a way that has them, again, be equal to who you are. And for some parents, that takes a little time because we have, I think, made so many families to believe that they don't have anything to offer. And if you were to ask my mother, she would tell you I had everything to offer. And that's what is available in every setting, in every community, if we just tap into that. Okay, if I were queen, I had 5 wishes. Oh my God. I'm a very ambitious queen. So my first wish is that school districts would stop being afraid of partnering with community. That they would see that we all have the same motivation and the same agenda. And that agenda is that all children have the opportunity to fulfill their own dreams, their own hopes and dreams, and that together we can get them there. The second, and my friends at NAFSCI will love this, and it's because of NAFSCI that I learned about this, is that family engagement would be part of a curriculum for any teacher prep program and education leaders. And underneath that curriculum is a primary focus on building mutual trust. And then for educators that are already in districts, have already gotten their credential, and for other school leaders and school employees, that we have PD, ongoing professional development for them, getting to the micro-credentialing idea that we talked about earlier. Third is that every school would have a full-day orientation for every new parent enrolling their child in pre-K or kinder that would reoccur at the start of every year, beginning in the next grade, and it would be a paid day off required of every employer. Because employers have to be on the hook here. How many times do we hear that families can't participate because they have to work, they'll get their pay docked? So we've got to move out of our echo chamber and bring in other sectors, as we talked about earlier. 2 more. Education funding in every state would include a set aside for parent-teacher home visits. We know that that is one of the highest impact strategies in family engagement. If we would make the resources available for teachers to have the time and the support to be able to do that. And then finally, this is a big wish because it's just about who we are and want to be. And that's that parents exercising their power would not be seen as a threat, but would be embraced and harnessed as parents being committed to their children's education.
Well,
Huge thanks. I'm not going to do any closing because we've just heard from Adelaida and Yoli. Thank you both. And thank you to all of you. And our symposium is done, and please enjoy the coffee and refreshments right outside in the hall. Thank you, everybody.